painful death. Sigi's passing devastated her mother, leaving Wilhelm alone and consumed by raging jealousy. This psychological rift not only split the royal family, but also fundamentally weakened the Prussian Empire, inadvertently igniting the chaos of the 20th century. The death of this one small boy became a catastrophe for the entire 20th century. But to comprehend the scale of this disaster, we must look at the world he left behind: a mother who adored him, a father who was absent, and a brother watching from the shadows. Sigi was not just a baby. He was the emotional anchor of a family that was already drifting toward the rocks. Vicky, the crown princess, was a woman living on the edge of her nerves. As the eldest daughter of Queen Victoria of England, she had been married off to the Prussian heir Frederick in a match that was supposed to be a fairy tale of liberal progress. Her father, Prince Albert, had sent her to Berlin with a mission to civilize Prussia, to turn this nation of soldiers into a constitutional monarchy modeled on Britain. It was an impossible task. From the moment she arrived in Berlin, the Prussian court viewed Vicky less as a princess and more as a spy. The Prussian court, dominated by the brilliant but ruthless Otto von Bismarck, despised her. They hated her English clothes, her English ideas, and her refusal to be a silent decorative ornament. Isolated, spied upon, and relentlessly criticized, Vicky retreated into her private life. Her marriage to Frederick Fritz was her only sanctuary. Defying the era's norm of arranged royal alliances, theirs was a genuine love match. Fritz was a towering man, a soldier by training, but a gentle humanist by nature who adored his brilliant, difficult wife. But Fritz was often weak, dominated by his reactionary father, King William I, and outmaneuvered by Bismarck. When the political winds blew cold, as they always did, Vicky was left exposed. And so she poured her ferocious energy and her desperate need for validation into her children. This was where the tragedy began to take shape, long before Sigi fell ill. The nursery at the new palace served as more than a playroom. It became a laboratory where Vicky attempted to breed the perfect liberal monarchs of the future. But her first experiment had gone terribly wrong. Her eldest son, the 7-year-old Wilhelm, was a source of constant agonizing pain for Vicky. His birth in 1859 had been a traumatic breech delivery that nearly killed them both. The doctors, in their panic to save the mother, had severely damaged the nerves in the infant's left arm. As Wilhelm grew, the arm remained withered, shorter than the right, and essentially useless. In the hyper-masculine militaristic culture of Prussia, a future king who could not hold a sword or rein a horse was viewed as a cripple. Vicky, driven by guilt and a perfectionist's intolerance for weakness, tried to fix him. She subjected the young Wilhelm to horrific treatments, animal baths where he was submerged in the entrails of freshly slaughtered hares, bizarre stretching machines that strapped his head and limbs into cruel contortions, and electrotherapy. Wilhelm endured it all, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the emotional wound. He knew, with the terrifying clarity of a sensitive child, that he was a disappointment to his mother. He sensed her flinching when she looked at his arm. He felt the withdrawal of her affection when he failed to meet her impossible standards. Into this cauldron of complex misery came Sigi. Born in September 1864, he was everything Wilhelm was not. The birth was easy. The baby was physically flawless. He was sunny, affectionate, and undemanding. For Vicky, Sigi was a redemption. He was proof that she could produce a proper Prussian prince. She lavished upon him the easy, unburdened love that she struggled to give to Wilhelm. Sigi became her little sunbeam, the one place in her life where she didn't have to fight. By the spring of 1866, The contrast between the two brothers was stark. Wilhelm, now 7, was a difficult, anxious child already learning to mask his insecurities with bluster and aggression. Siggy, nearing 2, was the golden child, toddling through the gardens of Potsdam, revered by his mother and doted on by his father. The family dynamic was precarious, balanced on the razor's edge of Vicky's emotional needs. Then the war came. It wasn't a surprise. Bismarck had been engineering the conflict with Austria for months, but for Vicky, the reality of war was a nightmare. It meant that Fritz, the only person who stood between her and the hostility of the Prussian court, would be taken away. In May, the mobilization orders were signed. The new palace was thrown into turmoil. Officers came and went. Maps were unfurled on dining tables, and the air smelled of tension and tobacco. Vicky was terrified. She was English, and in the eyes of many Prussians, this war was a necessary step to unify Germany against foreign influence. Her position was perilous, but her primary fear was for Fritz. The idea of him dying in battle, leaving her alone in this hostile land with a brood of young children, was a prospect she could barely contemplate. On the morning of Fritz's departure, the scene was heart-wrenching. He was dressed in his field uniform, the heavy Prussian blues that made him look every inch the commander. He said goodbye to the children one by one. When he came to Siggy, he lifted the boy high into the air. Siggy, too young to understand why his father looked so grim, laughed and grabbed at the shiny buttons on the uniform. Fritz held him for a long moment, burying his face in the boy's soft neck, perhaps inhaling the scent of milk and soap, a talisman of peace to carry into the carnage of Bohemia. And then he was gone. The heavy gates of the palace swung shut, and silence descended. Vicky was alone. She was the regent in all but name for her household, surrounded by enemies, with only her letters to her mother in England for comfort. For the first few days of June, life in the palace settled into a restless, waiting rhythm. Vicky spent her days writing frantic letters and trying to distract herself with the children. The summer heat was beginning to settle over Potsdam, turning the marshy grounds around the palace into a breeding ground for vapors and insects. The new palace, for all its grandeur, was not a healthy place. It was damp, the sanitation was primitive, even by 19th century standards, and the air often felt stagnant. It was in this heavy, oppressive atmosphere around the 4th of June that the shadow first fell. It started so innocuously that it was easy to miss. Siggy, usually a voracious eater, pushed away his bowl at breakfast. He seemed cranky, rubbing his eyes and whining in a low, persistent tone that grated on the nerves of the nursery maids. Vicky, stopping by for her morning visit, noted he looked a little pale, but she wasn't immediately alarmed. Children in the 19th century were constantly falling ill with one thing or another: teething, colds, stomach upsets. "It is likely the heat," the court physician suggested, wiping his spectacles. "Or perhaps a tooth is troubling him." Vicky wanted to believe him. She had enough to worry about with the war. She wrote to Queen Victoria that Siggy was poorly, a word that carried a distinctly British understatement. She administered the standard nursery remedies: cooling cloths, a bit of quiet time, perhaps a modification of his diet. But Siggy didn't get better. Within 24 hours, the crankiness had evolved into something more disturbing. He began to vomit, not the casual spit-up of a baby, but violent, retching sickness that left him limp and gasping. His temperature began to climb, his skin turning dry and hot to the touch. Vicky moved her things into the nursery. The maternal alarm bells, honed by years of managing her children's health, began to ring in earnest. She sat by his cot, watching him sleep, but it wasn't a peaceful sleep. He tossed and turned, his small hands clutching at the sheets, his brow furrowed as if he were dreaming of something terrifying. By the third day, the symptoms took a sinister turn. When Vicky tried to lift him to change his nightshirt, Siggy let out a scream that stopped the breath in her throat. This was no simple cry of annoyance. It was a high-pitched, piercing shriek of pure agony. He arched his back, pulling away from her touch as if her skin were made of fire. The doctors were summoned again. This time their faces were grave. They examined the boy, noting the stiffness in his neck. They saw how he flinched at the light coming in from the nursery windows, burying his face in the pillow to escape the sun. They saw the way his eyes seemed to roll back, unfocused and glassy. The word was whispered in the corridors of the palace before it was spoken aloud to the crown princess: meningitis. In 1866, this diagnosis went beyond a medical challenge. It was effectively a death warrant. The brain fever, as it was often called, was the terror of every Victorian parent. Without antibiotics to fight the infection, without steroids to reduce the swelling, the disease was a runaway train. The bacteria or virus would inflame the meninges, the protective membranes covering the brain and spinal cord. As the inflammation grew, the pressure inside the skull would rise relentlessly. It was, quite literally, a slow crushing of the brain. For Vicky, the diagnosis brought a cold, paralyzing dread. She knew what this meant. She had seen illness before, but this was different. This was an enemy she couldn't fight with willpower or intelligence. She immediately sent a telegram to Fritz's headquarters. "Siggy dangerously ill," it read. But the wires were clogged with military traffic. The army was on the move. Fritz was miles away, riding toward the Austrian lines, focused on the disposition of artillery and cavalry. He was unreachable. Vicky was now fighting a war on two fronts. On the map of Europe, her husband was marching into cannon fire. In the nursery at Potsdam, her favorite son was fighting a monster that no cannon could kill. The medical treatments available to the doctors were pitiful and in some cases barbaric. They believed in counter-irritation, the idea that creating a blister or wound on the skin would draw the inflammation out from the internal organs. They applied mustard plasters to Siggy's small legs until the skin was red and raw. They shaved his beautiful golden curls to apply ice packs directly to his scalp, hoping to freeze the fever out of his brain. They administered calomel, a mercury-based purgative that likely only added to his misery, and small doses of opiates to dull the pain. Nothing worked. The disease followed its cruel, predictable trajectory. The sensory overload for the child must have been excruciating. Meningitis turns the world into a torture chamber. Every sound is a thunderclap. Every ray of light is a needle in the eye. Every touch is a shock. Siggy, who had been a laughing, hugging child just days before, was now isolated in a prison of pain. He couldn't be held because being held hurt too much. Vicky sat by the bed, hour after hour, day after day. She watched the transformation of her son. The plump, rosy cheeks sank in. Dark circles like bruises bloomed under his eyes. He began to look, as she later wrote in a heartbroken letter to her mother, old. The pain was aging him, stripping away the babyhood and leaving behind a skeletal mask of suffering. And then the convulsions began. As the pressure on Siggy's brain increased, his nervous system began to misfire violently. It happened first in the middle of the night. Vicky was dozing in a chair next to the crib when a sound woke her, a guttural, choking noise. She leaped up to find Siggy's body seized by a violent spasm. His eyes were rolled back, showing only the whites. His limbs thrashed with a strength that seemed impossible for a toddler. His back arched so severely that he was almost resting on his head and heels, a condition known as opisthotonos. Vicky screamed for the doctors, but there was nothing they could do but watch and wait for the seizure to pass. It lasted for minutes that felt like hours. When it finally ended, Siggy lay limp, unconscious, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. But it wasn't over. The seizures came back. They came back more frequently and with more violence. The space between them grew shorter. Siggy was being battered by his own body. Inside the nursery, heavy velvet curtains were drawn to block out the merciless June sun. The smell of sickness, of rubbing alcohol and fear. The only sounds were the ticking of the clock and the terrifying rhythmic thudding of a small body thrashing against the crib rails. Vicky had to physically restrain him. She had to use her own strength to hold her dying son down so he wouldn't break his own bones during the convulsions. She held him while he screamed, a scream that didn't sound human anymore. She held him while he looked at her with eyes that didn't recognize her, eyes that saw only the terrifying hallucinations of the fever. Wilhelm, the 7-year-old heir, was just down the hall. The nursery wing was not soundproof. He could hear it. He could hear the running footsteps of the servants. He could hear the low, urgent murmurs of the doctors. And he could hear the screaming. For a boy already plagued by insecurity, this was a horror movie coming to life. His mother, the powerful, controlling force of his universe, had disappeared into that room. She wasn't coming out. She was locked in there with the good brother, the brother who was now making sounds that nightmares were made of. Wilhelm was left with the nannies, isolated, confused, and terrified. No one had time to explain to a 7-year-old what meningitis was. All he knew was that Siggy was dying, and that his mother's love had been sucked into the vortex of that dying. As the days dragged on, Vicky's letters to England became fragmented, stained with tears. She was breaking apart. She described the dreadful struggle between life and death. She prayed for it to end, and then hated herself for praying for it. She begged God to take her instead, but the God of 1866 was deaf to the pleas of mothers, even royal ones. The war outside continued to rage. News came of skirmishes, of Prussian advances, of the looming great battle with Austria. But inside the new palace, the only battle that mattered was being lost. By the 18th of June, Siggy had been suffering for nearly 2 weeks. He was unrecognizable. He was unconscious most of the time now, deep in a coma, only rousing for the convulsions, which had become weaker as his strength failed. Vicky knew the end was near. She sent one last desperate telegram to Fritz. "Come, Siggy is dying." But Fritz could not come. He was a general in the field. To leave his post on the eve of the decisive battle would be desertion. He read the telegram in his tent, surrounded by the machinery of death on a grand scale, while his heart broke for the tiny death happening at home. He wept, he paced, but he stayed. This absence, this forced abandonment dictated by duty, would become the first crack in the foundation of their marriage. Vicky was facing the ultimate horror alone, and in the solitude of that nursery, as she watched the final shallow breaths of her son, something in her hardened. A part of her was dying with him. The medical agony was reaching its crescendo. The physical suffering of the child was about to end, but the psychological mutilation of the survivors was just beginning. The infection that destroyed Siggy's brain was about to become a metaphorical infection that would rot the emotional bonds of the House of Hohenzollern. The silence that finally descended on the nursery at the new palace on June 18th, 1866, was heavier than any scream. For nearly 2 weeks, the room had been a battlefield of noise, the rasping of labored breath, the creaking of the crib under the violence of convulsions, the low, desperate murmurs of doctors, and the piercing cries of a child in agony. But at midday, as the summer sun beat down on the manicured gardens of Potsdam outside, the struggle ended. Prince Sigismund, the 21-month-old hope of the Hohenzollern dynasty, simply stopped fighting. The tension that had arched his small back and clenched his hands into fists evaporated. His body went limp in his mother's arms. The meningeal cry that had haunted the palace corridors was replaced by a terrifying absolute stillness. Vicky, the crown princess, did not immediately recoil. She sat there holding the small, cooling body, unable to comprehend the finality of what had just happened. In her letters later, she would describe this moment not as a release, but as a kind of amputation. The child she held was no longer Sigi. It was a shell, a vessel that had contained her little sunbeam, but was now just matter. The doctors, usually so officious, retreated into the shadows, their heads bowed, leaving the mother alone with the wreckage of her son. This was the end of the medical agony, but it was the exact moment the psychological agony began. In the 19th century, death was a familiar visitor, even in royal palaces. Yet the specific brutality of meningitis left a unique scar. It wasn't a gentle fading away. It was a theft. It had taken a healthy, vibrant toddler and tortured him to death in front of his mother. The trauma of witnessing those convulsions, the physical memory of holding him down while he writhed, burned itself into Vicky's mind. She was no longer just a grieving mother. She was a witness to a horror that no one else in her immediate circle could truly understand. And the one person who might have understood, the one person whose strength she desperately needed to lean on, was hundreds of miles away, riding a horse through the mud of Bohemia. The telegram announcing the death was dispatched immediately to Crown Prince Frederick's headquarters. It traveled over the wires that crisscrossed a Germany currently tearing itself apart. When it reached the front, the contrast could not have been more grotesque. Frederick Fritz was in the middle of a massive military mobilization. He was surrounded by generals, by maps of the Austrian positions, by the smell of gunpowder, and the noise of thousands of men and horses moving toward the slaughter. When he read the words "Sigismund is dead," the giant Prussian soldier reportedly crumbled. Witnesses described him weeping openly, a shocking display of emotion for a man in his position. He withdrew to his tent, staring at the canvas walls, holding the telegram as if it were a physical link to the son he hadn't seen in weeks. He wrote back to Vicky, his handwriting shaky, expressing a grief that was compounded by a crushing sense of guilt. He had not been there. He had kissed Siggy goodbye when the boy was healthy, and now he would never see him again. The last memory he had was of a laughing baby grabbing his uniform buttons. He had been spared the sight of the wasted, convulsing, skeletal figure Siggy had become. This discrepancy in their experiences, Vicky's trauma of the process of dying versus Fritz's shock at the fact of death, laid the first stone in the wall that would grow between them. Vicky had walked through the valley of the shadow of death alone. Fritz had been spared the horror, but he was now burdened with the guilt of absence. He wanted to rush home. Every instinct in him screamed to abandon the army and ride for Potsdam. But he was the crown prince. The king, his father, and Bismarck, the architect of this war, would never permit it. The fate of Prussia hung in the balance. So Fritz stayed. He wiped his eyes, put on his helmet, and went back to the map table to plan the destruction of the Austrian army. He had to compartmentalize his grief, shoving the image of his dead son into a dark corner of his mind so he could function as a commander. Vicky, meanwhile, had no such distraction. She had nothing but the empty nursery and the silence. The days following the death were a blur of black crepe and suffocating protocol. The Prussian court, which had never liked Vicky, observed the mourning with a stiff, formal correctness that felt like a mockery of her pain. They draped the palace in black, they lowered the flags, but there was little genuine warmth for the Englishwoman. She felt their eyes on her, judging her grief, perhaps even whispering that this was a judgment on her liberal ideas. The funeral took place quickly, as was the custom. It was held at the Friedenskirche, the Church of Peace, in the Park of Sanssouci. The name was a bitter irony. There was no peace in Vicky's heart, and there was certainly no peace in Germany. The church, with its serene Italianate cloisters and cool marble interior, became the stage for a lonely tragedy. At the funeral, Vicky stood swathed in heavy mourning veils that obscured her face, a solitary figure by the small coffin. She was supported by her ladies-in-waiting, but the space next to her, the space where her husband should have been, was empty. It was a gaping void that everyone in the church could see. The crown princess was bearing her child, alone. As the prayers were intoned in German, echoing off the stone walls, Vicky felt a profound sense of abandonment. It wasn't Fritz's fault, she told herself. It was the war. It was duty. But the heart does not listen to logic. The heart felt only the cold reality. When she needed him most, he was not there. She watched the coffin being lowered into the crypt, a small wooden box swallowing up all the light of her life, and she felt a severance, not just from her son, but from the partnership that had sustained her. The ceremony ended. The heavy doors of the crypt were sealed. Vicky returned to the new palace, to rooms that now felt too large and too quiet, and it was here, in the vacuum left by the funeral, that the marriage breaker began to do its slow, insidious work. Grief is a solvent. It dissolves the glue that holds relationships together. For Vicky, the grief became an obsession. She turned the nursery into a shrine. She refused to let the servants move Siggy's toys, his little wooden horse, his blocks, his clothes. They remained exactly where he had left them, gathering dust, sacred artifacts of a lost civilization. She spent hours in that room, sitting in the chair where she had nursed him, staring at the empty crib. She began to write letters, hundreds of pages, to her mother, Queen Victoria. In these letters, she poured out a grief that was raw and unfiltered. "My heart is broken," she wrote. "I feel as if I could never be happy again." She described Siggy in terms that bordered on beatification. He wasn't just a baby. He was an angel, a perfect being who had been too good for this sinful earth. She obsessed over his beauty, his intelligence, his potential. In death, Siggy was stripped of all human flaws. He never cried. He never disobeyed. He never disappointed. He was frozen in time as the perfect prince. This idealization was a dangerous drug. It allowed Vicky to escape the pain of the present, but it also detached her from reality. And reality included her husband and her other children. When Fritz wrote to her from the front, trying to share his own sorrow, his letters often felt inadequate to her. He was writing about marches, about skirmishes, about the mud and the strategy, interspersed with lines about how much he missed Siggy. To Vicky, immersed in the sensory memory of the deathbed, this felt distant. How could he talk about troop movements when their son was dead? How could he worry about the Austrians when Siggy was in the cold ground? She began to feel that he didn't really understand, that his grief was a shallow puddle compared to her ocean of misery. And Fritz, for his part, was beginning to feel the strain of her despair. He was fighting for his life and for his country. He needed his wife to be a source of strength, or at least a steady anchor. Instead, her letters were heavy stones that dragged him down. He loved her, but he couldn't fix this. He couldn't bring Siggy back. And the more she retreated into her shrine, the more helpless he felt. But the most catastrophic consequence of this grief wasn't the distance it created between husband and wife. It was the shadow it cast over the child, who was still alive. Wilhelm was 7 years old. He was old enough to understand death, but too young to process the complex emotional currents swirling around him. He had watched his mother vanish into the nursery for weeks. He had heard the screams, and now he saw the aftermath. He saw his mother, always so strong, reduced to a weeping ghost. He saw her wearing black, her face hidden behind veils. But most painfully, he saw where her attention went. It didn't go to him. Wilhelm had always had a complicated relationship with his mother. Her relentless attempts to cure his withered arm had made him feel like a broken object that needed fixing. But before Siggy's death, there had been moments of warmth, of shared laughter. Now those moments evaporated. In her grief, Vicky looked at Wilhelm and saw everything he was not. He was alive, yes, but he was damaged. He had a useless arm. He was difficult, prone to tantrums, often imperious and stubborn. Compared to the perfect memory of Siggy, Wilhelm was a disappointment. And because grief makes people cruel, Vicky sometimes let this show. She would look at Wilhelm and then burst into tears, crying out for Siggy. To a 7-year-old boy, the message was clear. She wishes it was me in that box. This is the seed of the narcissistic injury that historians and psychologists argue shaped the future Kaiser. Wilhelm began to feel a profound sense of unworthiness. If his own mother didn't love him, if she preferred a dead baby to a living son, then he must be fundamentally unlovable. But Wilhelm was a fighter. He didn't collapse under this rejection. He armored himself against it. If he couldn't get his mother's love through softness, he would get attention through strength. He began to mimic the Prussian officers around him. He became louder, more aggressive. He suppressed his own emotions because he saw where emotion led. It led to his mother's weakness. He decided in the inchoate way a child decides these things, that he would never be weak like her. He would be hard. He would be Prussian. He began to resent Siggy. The dead brother became a rival he could never defeat. Siggy was the good brother, the saint. Wilhelm was the bad brother, the cripple. This dynamic festered in the nursery, unchecked by a father who was absent and a mother who was blind with sorrow. While this domestic tragedy was curdling the soul of the future Kaiser, the irony of history was playing out on the battlefield. On July 3rd, 1866, just 2 weeks after Siggy died, the Prussian army met the Austrians at Königgrätz. It was the largest battle in history up to that point. Hundreds of thousands of men clashed in the rolling fields of Bohemia, and the hero of the day was none other than Crown Prince Frederick. Fritz arrived on the battlefield late, leading the Second Army. His arrival smashed the Austrian flank and secured a decisive, crushing victory for Prussia. In a single afternoon, the balance of power in Europe shifted. Prussia was now the dominant master of Germany. The path to the German Empire was open. Fritz rode across the battlefield, cheered by thousands of his men. He was the Lion of Königgrätz, the warrior prince who had saved the nation. It should have been the greatest moment of his life. But in his diary, Fritz wrote of the hollowness of it all. As he looked at the carnage of the battlefield, the thousands of dead and dying men, he saw only reflections of his own loss. He wrote that he felt no triumph, only a deep, weary sadness. He had won the war, but he had lost his son. The cheers of the soldiers could not drown out the memory of the telegram he had received in his tent. When Fritz finally returned to Potsdam in August, the reunion with Vicky was excruciating. He came back a conqueror, covered in medals, the toast of the nation. Berlin was in a frenzy of patriotic celebration. There were parades, fireworks, and speeches declaring the glory of Prussia. But when the carriage pulled up to the new palace, Fritz stepped out not into a celebration, but into a mausoleum. Vicky met him at the door, still dressed in deepest black. She looked thin, haggard, her eyes red from months of weeping. They embraced, but the embrace was awkward. He smelled of horses and campaign leather. She smelled of lavender and stale air. He was vibrating with the adrenaline of the victory. She was heavy with the lethargy of depression. They tried to talk. Fritz tried to tell her about the battle, about the political implications, about how this might finally give them the leverage to push for a liberal constitution. Vicky listened, but her eyes kept drifting to the portrait of Siggy on the mantelpiece. "It is all dust," she reportedly said to him. "The victory, the glory. It means nothing without him." This was the moment the wedge was driven home. Fritz felt rejected. He had done his duty, he had survived, he had brought glory to their house, and his wife couldn't bring herself to care. He felt that she was burying herself with Siggy, leaving him alone in the land of the living, and Vicky felt that his talk of victory was a betrayal of their son. How could he celebrate? How could he care about borders and treaties when Siggy was rotting in the Friedenskirche? She saw his resilience as heartlessness. She saw his ability to function as a lack of love. They retreated to their separate corners. Fritz went back to his military reviews and his staff meetings, finding solace in the camaraderie of his officers, men who didn't cry, men who understood duty. Vicky stayed in the nursery, reading old letters, sorting through baby clothes, and writing to her mother that she felt dead inside. In the hallway, Wilhelm watched them both. He saw his father, the hero, rejected by his mother. He saw his mother, the mourner, ignoring his father. And he made his choice. He would side with the winner. He would side with the man in the uniform, the man who had won the war. He would reject the weeping woman who smelled of sadness. The death of Prince Sigismund had done its work. It had taken a happy, chaotic family and shattered it into isolated fragments. The medical agony was over, but the poison had entered the bloodstream of the family. The marriage breaker was active. And in the shadows, the psychological monster that would become Kaiser Wilhelm II was beginning to take shape, fed on a diet of resentment and neglect. As the summer of 1866 faded into autumn, the leaves in the park of Sanssouci turned gold and red, falling on the fresh earth of Siggy's grave. The immediate shock was passing, settling into a dull, chronic ache. But the family that lived in the palace nearby was fundamentally altered. They were like a vase that had been broken and glued back together. From a distance, they looked whole, but up close the cracks were visible, and they would never ring true again. And the tragedy was not done with them. Fate, it seemed, had more cruelty in store. The seeds of future conflicts, both in the family and in Europe, had been watered with the tears shed over a 21-month-old boy. The story was moving from the personal to the political, from the nursery to the throne room, but the ghost of Siggy would follow them every step of the way. The autumn of 1866 bled into a winter of profound discontent. While the winds howled around the turrets of the new palace, sealing the royal family inside their gilded cage, the silence that Prince Sigismund left behind seemed to grow louder, filling the spaces between the living with an almost tangible pressure. The court returned to its rigid routines. The servants polished the silver, and the guards marched their patrols. But the emotional climate of the Crown Prince's household had permanently shifted from a warm, if beleaguered English enclave to something far colder and more brittle. It was during these gray, sunless months that the full scale of the marriage breaker effect began to manifest, not in dramatic shouting matches, but in the quiet erosion of parental unity. Vicky and Fritz, once a formidable team against the conservative forces of Berlin, found themselves pulling in opposite directions. Fritz, burdened by his duties as the victorious general and the heir to a rapidly expanding empire, retreated into a stoic silence. He had learned the hard lesson of the battlefield. Emotions are dangerous distractions. He buried his grief under his uniform, choosing to honor Sigi by serving the state that the boy would never rule. Vicky, however, could not or would not compartmentalize. Her grief was a living thing, a companion she refused to abandon. But tragically, this grief did not make her softer. It calcified her expectations. Having lost the perfect son, she became ruthlessly determined to force the imperfect one, Wilhelm, into a mold of excellence that he was physically and emotionally incapable of filling. She could not bear the thought of another failure. If Sigi was gone, then Wilhelm must be made worthy, no matter the cost. This determination ushered in the next act of the tragedy, the education of Prince Wilhelm. It is a chapter of history that reads like a horror story of pedagogical cruelty, and it was directly fueled by the shadow of the dead brother. To mold Wilhelm, Vicky and Fritz hired a man named Georg Hinspeter. Hinspeter was a Calvinist ascetic, a man who believed that the human soul was something to be hammered into shape on an anvil of discipline. He was humorless, rigid, and deeply suspicious of joy. In any normal timeline, a mother as intelligent and progressive as Vicky might have seen Hinspeter for the sadist he was. But in the shadow of 1866, she saw him as a necessary tool. She believed that her soft English love had failed to save Sigi, so perhaps this hard Prussian discipline would save Wilhelm. The regime that Hinspeter imposed on the 7-year-old boy was brutal. The lessons began at 6 in the morning and lasted for 12 hours, with barely a break for meals. There was no praise, only criticism. Hinspeter believed that a prince should never be satisfied with himself, so he systematically dismantled Wilhelm's self-esteem. But the physical torture was worse. To correct Wilhelm's withered arm and his balance issues, Hinspeter forced him to ride a horse without stirrups. Time and time again, the terrified boy would be placed on a pony. Time and time again, he would lose his balance and fall off, hitting the hard earth of the riding school. And time again, Hinspeter would force him back up, often with tears streaming down the boy's face, while Vicky watched from the gallery. She watched. That is the detail that condemns her in the eyes of history, and certainly condemned her in the eyes of her son. She did not intervene. She sat there, her heart likely breaking, but her will ironclad, believing that this suffering was necessary to make him a king. She was terrified that his disability would make him weak, so she allowed Hinspeter to torture him into a semblance of strength. For Wilhelm, the psychological connection was inevitable. He associated the pain of the riding school, the coldness of the classroom, and the relentless criticism with his mother. He began to view her not as his protector, but as his tormentor. And in his childish mind, he contrasted her cruel ambition with the memory of Sigi. Sigi was the one she loved. Sigi was the one who didn't have to ride the pony. Sigi was the one who got the tears and the flowers, while Wilhelm got the whip and the lectures. A deep, brooding resentment began to take root in the future Kaiser's heart. He started to reject everything his mother stood for. She was English. Then he would be violently anti-English. She was a liberal. Then he would be an autocrat. She loved art and culture. He would love cannons and uniforms. He found solace in the very militarism that Vicky hated. The Prussian guardsmen at the palace gates with their shiny helmets and simple codes of honor became his heroes. They didn't care about his withered arm as long as he wore the uniform correctly. They offered him a masculine belonging that his father, absent and passive, and his mother, demanding and grief-stricken, could not. While this psychological drama played out in the schoolroom, The ghost of medical agony returned to haunt the palace in a different form. In 1868, 2 years after Siggy's death, Vicky gave birth to another son, Prince Waldemar. The arrival of a new baby is usually a time of healing, but in the Hohenzollern household, it was a time of neurotic terror. Waldemar was a lively, bright boy, strikingly similar in temperament to Siggy. For Vicky, this was both a blessing and a curse. She adored Waldemar instantly, transferring much of the fierce, protective love she had felt for Siggy onto this new replacement. But the trauma of 1866 meant that she parented Waldemar from a place of panic. Every cough was a death knell. Every fever was the beginning of meningitis. She became obsessed with drafts, with sanitation, with the temperature of the nursery. The joy of motherhood was poisoned by the anticipation of loss. She hovered over Waldemar, suffocating him with care, terrified that the medical agony was waiting in the corner to strike again. This dynamic further alienated Wilhelm. He saw his mother fawning over the new baby, treating Waldemar with a tenderness she never showed him. He saw Waldemar as another rival, another perfect brother who underscored his own brokenness. The family was splitting into factions, Vicky and her healthy favorites versus the outcast Wilhelm, who drifted further into the orbit of Hinz-Peter and the military court. Meanwhile, the marriage breaker widened the gap between the parents on the political stage. The late 1860s were the years of Bismarck's ascendancy. The Iron Chancellor was forging a new Germany through blood and iron, systematically dismantling the liberal hopes that Vicky and Fritz held dear. Vicky, with her sharp political mind, saw exactly what was happening. She saw that Bismarck was creating a soulless empire, a machine of war devoid of moral center. She urged Fritz to fight back, to use his position to champion constitutional rights, to be the voice of opposition. She wanted him to be the Prince Albert of Germany. But Fritz was tired. The war of 1866 had aged him. He was a soldier who hated war, a liberal who was loyal to his conservative father. He felt trapped, and frankly, he didn't have the stomach for the constant fighting that Vicky demanded. When she pushed him to confront Bismarck, he often retreated. He just wanted peace at home and in the chancellery. Vicky interpreted his passivity as weakness. She felt he was abandoning their shared mission just as he had, in her eyes, abandoned her at Siggy's grave. She wrote bitter letters to her mother, complaining of Fritz's lack of spine. Fritz, sensing her disappointment, withdrew further. They still loved each other, but the spark of shared purpose was dying. They were two lonely people living in the same palace, separated by a wall of grief and political failure. And then the specter of war returned. In 1870, the drums began to beat again, this time against France. Bismarck, the master manipulator, had maneuvered the French Emperor Napoleon III into declaring war on Prussia. It was the final step in his plan to unify Germany under a Prussian Kaiser. For Vicky, it was a replay of the nightmare of 1866. Once again, Fritz had to put on his uniform. Once again, the maps were unfurled. Once again, she faced the prospect of being left alone in a hostile capital while her husband marched into the line of fire. But this time, the dread was compounded by a darker realization. The War of 1870 was a war of nationalism, of German superiority. It was a war that her son Wilhelm, now 11 years old, watched with fanatical eyes. Wilhelm was intoxicated by the war fever. He drew pictures of French soldiers being skewered by Prussian bayonets. He parroted the anti-French slurs he heard from his tutors. Vicky looked at her son and saw a stranger. She saw a boy who delighted in violence, who had no empathy for the suffering that war would bring. She realized, with a sinking heart, that she was losing the battle for his soul. The marriage breaker wasn't just breaking her marriage, it was breaking the lineage. The liberal humanist values she and Fritz stood for were dying out, replaced by the harsh militaristic ethos that had killed Siggy's innocence and was now consuming Wilhelm's character. When Fritz left for the front in July 1870, the goodbye was heavy with unspoken fears. He was appointed commander of the Third Army. He was riding out to make history, to defeat France and birth the German Empire. But as he kissed Vicky goodbye, they both knew that the victory would be bittersweet. A German empire built by Bismarck would have no place for their English ideals. Vicky was left again as the custodian of the new palace. But this time, she didn't just have a nursery to manage, she had a hospital. As the casualties from the battles of Wörth and Sedan began to pour back into Germany, Vicky threw herself into nursing. She turned the palace into a military hospital. This was her attempt to reclaim agency over the medical agony. She couldn't save Siggy, but perhaps she could save these shattered soldiers. She walked the wards tirelessly, bandaging wounds, comforting the dying, ignoring the stench of gangrene and chloroform. She was brilliant at it, organized, compassionate, efficient. For a brief moment, she found a purpose that silenced the grief. But even here, the tragedy of her family intruded. The Prussian court mocked her efforts. They called her the English Sister of Charity, sneering that a crown princess should not be dirtying her hands with blood and bedpans. And Wilhelm? Wilhelm was embarrassed. He didn't want a mother who acted like a nurse. He wanted a mother who acted like a queen. He saw her compassion as undignified. When he visited the hospital wards, he strutted in his miniature uniform, looking at the wounded men not with pity, but with a cold, analytical curiosity. One specific incident from this period illustrates the chasm that had opened. During a visit to the hospital, Vicky was tending to a dying French soldier, speaking to him in his own language, holding his hand. Wilhelm watched from the doorway. Later, he reportedly asked his tutor why his mother was comforting the enemy. The concept of common humanity which Vicky held so dear was completely alien to him. He had learned the lesson of Siggy's death too well. Weakness leads to extinction. Power is the only safety. The French soldier was weak because he was losing. Therefore, he deserved no sympathy. The Franco-Prussian War ended in 1871 with the proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles. King William I became Kaiser William I. Fritz became the crown prince of the German Empire. Vicky was now the second most important woman in the new Reich. But as the bells rang out across a unified Germany, the silence in the nursery at Potsdam remained. The empire was born, but the family was broken. Fritz returned a hero again, but he was a hero of a cause he didn't fully believe in, serving a father who despised him. Vicky was now the future empress, but she felt more alien in this new, swaggering, militaristic Germany than ever before. And Wilhelm? Wilhelm was now 12. He was fully under the spell of Hinz-Peter and Bismarck. He looked at his parents, the weary liberal father and the emotional English mother, and he viewed them with a mix of pity and contempt. He was the future. They were the past. The tragedy of Prince Sigismund had set a grim clockwork in motion. The gears were grinding slowly, but with terrifying inevitability. The medical agony had taught the family to fear weakness. The marriage breaker had destroyed their united front, and the psychological monster was growing stronger every day, fed by the cold draft that blew from a small grave in the Friedenskirche. As the 1870s dawned, the family faced a new decade of superficial splendor and internal rot. They were marching toward their destiny, but they were marching out of step, looking in different directions, haunted by the one member of the family who would never grow up, never disappoint, and never rule. The decade that followed the birth of the German Empire in 1871 was a time of gold and iron for the nation. But for the family in the new palace, it was a slow, suffocating winter of the soul. The map of Europe had been redrawn in Prussian blue, and Berlin was now the capital of a superpower, buzzing with industrial tycoons, triumphant generals, and the intoxicating energy of a nation on the rise. Yet, inside the Crown Prince's household, the air was stale, recycled through the vents of past traumas and present resentments. Vicky and Fritz were now the Crown Princess and Crown Prince of the German Reich, titles of immense weight and theoretically immense power. But in practice, they were more isolated than ever. The architect of the new Germany, Otto von Bismarck, had created a political machine that had no need for their liberal English ideals. He had used Fritz's military genius to win the wars, but he had no intention of letting Fritz's political conscience govern the peace. Bismarck fed the aging Kaiser Wilhelm I a steady diet of suspicion against his son and that English woman, ensuring that the Crown Prince was kept entirely out of the loop of state affairs. Fritz, the Lion of Königgrätz, became a shadow prince. He spent his days inspecting troops who cheered him but obeyed the chancellor and attending ceremonial openings of museums and railway stations. His depression, which had taken root after Siggy's death, deepened into a profound melancholia. He felt he was wasting his life in a waiting room, watching the Germany he loved turn into a chauvinistic, militaristic beast he barely recognized. Vicky, however, refused to go quietly into the dark. If Fritz retreated into silence, she advanced into noise. She threw herself into art, into women's education, into nursing reforms. She became more English than ever, almost as a form of rebellion. She filled the palace with English furniture, spoke English to her children, and surrounded herself with liberal thinkers who were a persona non grata at the imperial court. But every move she made only widened the chasm between her and her eldest son. By the mid-1870s, Wilhelm was no longer the vulnerable boy in the riding school. He was a teenager hardening into a man. And the man he was becoming was a terrified, arrogant reaction to everything his mother stood for. The psychological monster was now fully awake. Wilhelm had learned to hide his withered arm behind clever poses and carefully tailored uniforms, but he could not hide the withered landscape of his emotional life. He had found a new family, the 1st Regiment of Foot Guards. In the mess halls of the Potsdam garrison, surrounded by young aristocrats who drank champagne and toasted the Iron Chancellor, Wilhelm found the acceptance he craved. Here, empathy was weakness. Culture was effeminate. The only things that mattered were honor, hierarchy, and the sword. These men didn't care about his arm. They cared that he was a Hohenzollern who hated liberals. They fed his ego, telling him that he was the true future of Germany, unlike his soft father and foreign mother. Wilhelm began to treat his parents with a shocking, open contempt. He mocked his father's liberal friends. He rolled his eyes at his mother's lectures on art. He reported their private conversations to Bismarck's spies. It was a domestic insurgency. Vicky, heartbroken and furious, wrote to her mother, Queen Victoria, "He is becoming a thorough Prussian, hard, narrow-minded, and ungrateful." She didn't realize that she was looking in a mirror. Wilhelm was the product of her grief. He was the scar tissue that had formed over the wound of 1866. She had withdrawn her warmth when Siggy died, and now, when she tried to reach out to Wilhelm, she found a wall of ice. And then, just as the family seemed to have reached a grim stasis, the medical agony returned to settle its unfinished business. It was March 1879. 13 years had passed since Siggy's death. The nursery at the new palace was once again occupied, this time by the youngest son, Prince Waldemar. Born in 1868, Waldemar was 11 years old, a bright, boisterous, affectionate boy who was in many ways Siggy reborn. He had the same golden energy, the same easy charm. He was the joy of Vicky's middle age, the proof that life could still hold sweetness. Because of the trauma of 1866, Vicky had raised Waldemar in a bubble of hypervigilance. She was obsessed with his health. She monitored his diet, his sleep, his exposure to drafts. She believed that if she was just careful enough, she could cheat death this time. But death in the 19th century was a thief that could pick any lock. In the damp, lingering chill of early spring, Waldemar began to complain of a sore throat. At first, Vicky felt that familiar cold clutch of terror in her stomach, the PTSD of a mother who has already buried a child. But she tried to be rational. It was just a sore throat. Boys got sore throats. Then the doctors looked down his throat and saw the white patches. The diagnosis was diphtheria. If meningitis was the torturer, diphtheria was the strangler. It was known as the strangling angel of children. It is a bacterial infection that releases a potent toxin, killing the healthy tissue in the respiratory system. The dead tissue builds up, forming a thick gray coating called a pseudomembrane in the throat and nose. As the membrane grows, it slowly, inexorably chokes the victim to death. The horror of 1866 began to replay itself, beat for beat, but with a new, gruesome twist. Vicky once again found herself transformed from a crown princess into a nurse. She banished everyone else from the room. She would not let the servants touch him. She washed him. She fed him ice chips. She held his hand. She was fighting a desperate rearguard action against fate. The progression of diphtheria is a nightmare of sound. As the airway narrows, the child's breathing becomes a high-pitched, rasping struggle, a sound known medically as stridor. For Vicky, listening to Waldemar fight for every breath was a torture designed specifically to break her. It was the sound of Siggy's convulsions translated into respiratory distress. Waldemar was a brave patient. He tried to smile at his mother, tried to whisper that he was all right, even as his face grew pale and his lips turned blue from lack of oxygen. But the medical agony of the era had no mercy. There was no antitoxin yet. The doctors stood by, helpless once again, suggesting tracheotomies that were often as fatal as the disease itself. On the night of March 26th, the struggle reached its crisis. Waldemar's strength was failing. The toxins were attacking his heart. In a moment of heartbreaking desperation, seeing her son gasping in pain, Vicky leaned over and kissed him on the lips. She ignored the contagion. She likely wanted the disease to take her too, preferring the dark to a life among ghosts. She wanted to go with him into the dark rather than stay behind in the palace of ghosts. In the early hours of March 27, 1879, Prince Waldemar died. He was 11 years old. The silence that followed was different from the silence of 1866. That earlier silence had been one of shock. This was the silence of annihilation. Vicky did not just grieve, she shattered. The death of Waldemar broke something in her that had survived Siggy. Siggy's death could be rationalized as a terrible stroke of bad luck, a one-off tragedy. But to lose two sons, to watch another perfect boy die while the imperfect one thrived, it felt like a divine curse. It felt like the universe was confirming that she was not meant to be a mother, that her love was toxic. She withdrew into a mourning so deep and so absolute that it terrified those around her. She barely ate. She stopped writing for weeks. When she finally did pick up her pen, her letters were incoherent scrawls of agony. "I am not made of stone," she wrote. "My heart is torn in two." But if Vicky's reaction was total collapse, Wilhelm's reaction was total glaciation. Wilhelm was 20 years old now. He was a student at the University of Bonn, wearing the sash of his corps, drinking beer, and pretending to be a man of the world. When the news of his brother's death reached him, he did not rush home to comfort his mother. He stayed away. To Wilhelm, Waldemar's death was not a tragedy. It was a vindication of his own survival. He, the boy with the withered arm, the boy his mother had rejected, was still standing. The healthy favorites, Sigi and Waldemar, were dead. In his twisted narcissistic logic, this was proof that he was the chosen one. God had preserved him for a reason. He was stronger than them. He was stronger than the disease. When he finally did encounter his mother, his behavior was chilling. He looked at her grief with a mixture of embarrassment and disgust. He saw her weeping as weakness. He saw her obsession with the dead boy as another insult to him. Why does she cry for them, he wondered. Why does she never cry for me? The marriage breaker dynamic now shifted into its final, most destructive phase. It wasn't just breaking the marriage between Vicky and Fritz anymore. It was breaking the structural integrity of the dynasty. Fritz, devastated by the loss of another son, seemed to shrink physically. His hair turned completely white. The robust soldier of 1870 began to look like an old man. He retreated further into his shell, unable to bridge the gap between his hysterical wife and his cold, distant heir. He was a man standing on a dissolving island. Vicky, feeling abandoned by God and her family, began to turn her grief into a weapon of political bitterness. She became more vocal, more radical in her opposition to Bismarck and the new Germany. She blamed the backwardness of German medicine for Waldemar's death. She blamed the sanitation of the palace. She blamed the Prussian system. And Wilhelm, seeing his mother attack the Germany he loved, declared war on her. The 1880s became a decade of open warfare in the Hohenzollern family. It was a Cold War, fought with snubs, protocol violations, and poisonous gossip. Wilhelm openly aligned himself with Bismarck. The Chancellor, sensing an opportunity to destroy the liberal influence of the Crown Princess once and for all, flattered the young prince. He invited Wilhelm to private dinners, fed him state secrets, and told him that he was the only hope for the empire. He played on Wilhelm's narcissistic injury, telling him that his mother wanted to make him an English puppet, that she didn't respect his German soul. It worked perfectly. Wilhelm began to view his parents not just as disappointing, but as dangerous. He saw them as enemies of the state. There is a famous, excruciating anecdote from this period that illustrates the depth of the betrayal. At a royal ceremony, Wilhelm, dressed in his full-dress uniform, publicly snubbed his father. He walked past Fritz without saluting, his eyes fixed on the Kaiser, his grandfather. It was a breach of protocol so severe that the court gasped. But it was more than that. It was a public declaration that the son no longer recognized the father's authority. Vicky watched this happen. She saw the psychological monster she had inadvertently helped create. She saw the boy, who had been terrified in the riding school, now using his power to humiliate the man who had loved him. And she knew, with a terrible clarity, that she had lost him forever. "He is no longer my son," she wrote to Queen Victoria. "He is Prussia's son." As the decade wore on, a new, darker shadow began to lengthen over the family. It wasn't the sudden strike of an infection this time. It was something slower, more insidious. Fritz began to lose his voice. It started as a persistent hoarseness. He blamed it on the damp parade grounds, on the stress, on the smoking. But it didn't go away. His voice, once a booming baritone that could command an army, was reduced to a rasp. Vicky, terrified of the medical agony urged him to see specialists, but the doctors of the Berlin court, wary of the English princess, downplayed the symptoms. They called it a catarrh. They prescribed rest and gargles. But Vicky knew. She had a sixth sense for death now. She looked at her husband, the man she had loved since she was a teenager, the partner who had walked with her through the graveyards of their children, and she saw the mark of the beast. The tragedy of the marriage breaker was about to reach its ultimate, cruelest conclusion. They had spent 20 years drifting apart, separated by grief and politics. Now, as they faced the final catastrophe, they would be forced back together, huddled in a small claustrophobic room of suffering, while their son, the emperor in waiting, circled outside like a vulture. The death of Siggy had started the crack. The death of Waldemar had widened it into a canyon. But the death of Fritz would bring the whole house down. And looming over it all was Wilhelm. He was impatient. He was 30 years old now. He was tired of waiting. He looked at his sick father and saw an obstacle. He looked at his grieving mother and saw an enemy. He checked his watch. He felt the destiny of Germany pulsing in his veins, and he didn't care who he had to step over to seize it. The nursery was empty now. The toys were covered in dust sheets. But the ghosts that had been born there were now stalking the corridors of power, and they were hungry for the final act. The winter of 1887 brought a silence to the new palace that was different from the silences of the past. It was not the silence of a stopped nursery clock, nor the silence of a grieving mother. It was the raspy, whistling silence of a man who was slowly suffocating. The final act of the tragedy that began with Siggy's death was not centered on a child, but on the father. Crown Prince Frederick, Fritz, the man who was supposed to be the liberal savior of Germany, was dying. And he was dying in a way that seemed designed by a cruel novelist to maximize the political horror. He was dying of cancer of the larynx. The voice of German liberalism was literally being strangled. This medical crisis became the ultimate battleground for the family war. When Fritz's hoarseness was finally investigated by specialists, the German doctors recommended a radical, dangerous surgery to remove the larynx. It would leave him mute, but it might save his life. Vicky, terrified of losing her husband to the medical agony that had already claimed 2 sons, sought a second opinion. She summoned Dr. Morel Mackenzie, a famous English specialist. Mackenzie, perhaps misjudging the tumor, or perhaps trying to spare the prince, argued against the surgery. He claimed it was benign. Vicky, desperate for hope, clung to the English doctor's verdict. The political fallout was catastrophic. The German court, and crucially Wilhelm, accused Vicky of crippling the heir to the throne. They whispered that she had brought in an English quack to kill a German prince. Wilhelm, now 29 and thrumming with impatient ambition, openly sided with the German doctors against his mother. He viewed her hope as delusion and her reliance on an Englishman as treason. In March 1888, the old Kaiser Wilhelm I finally died. Fritz became Emperor Frederick III. It should have been the dawn of a new enlightened age. It was the moment Vicky and Fritz had waited 30 years for. They had planned for this day in their diaries, dreaming of a Germany with a free press, a constitutional monarchy, and close ties to Britain. But the moment arrived 30 years too late. Fritz was a ghost. He could no longer speak. He ruled with a pen and a notepad, sitting in a room that smelled of antiseptic and decay, while a silver cannula tube in his throat hissed with every breath. The 99 days of Frederick III's reign were a heartbreaking spectacle of impotence. He was too weak to dismantle Bismarck's machinery. He was too sick to charm the public. He was an emperor of shadows. And outside the door, The psychological monster was pacing. Wilhelm, now the crown prince, did not behave like a grieving son. He behaved like a vulture circling a dying animal. He treated his father's illness as an inconvenience. He spoke openly to the generals about what he would do when the old man is gone. He staged military reviews that his father was too weak to attend, taking the salutes himself. Inside the sick room, Vicky fought her final battle. She protected Fritz fiercely, barring Wilhelm from the room whenever she could. She knew her son was only there to gauge how much time was left. The marriage breaker effect had finally inverted. Vicky and Fritz were now closer than they had been since Siggy died, united against their own son. They were two shipwreck survivors, clinging to each other on a raft, while the sharks circled. On June 15th, 1888, almost exactly 22 years, to the day after Siggy's death, Emperor Frederick III died. What happened next is one of the most disgraceful episodes in royal history, and the final proof of how deeply the trauma of 1866 had warped Wilhelm's soul. Fritz's body was barely cold when Wilhelm made his move. He didn't go to comfort his mother. He didn't go to the chapel to pray. He ordered the palace to be surrounded by troops. Wilhelm, the new Kaiser at 29, issued orders to seal the gates. No one was allowed to leave. He sent soldiers to ransack his mother's rooms. He was looking for her private correspondence. Letters from Queen Victoria, diaries, anything that might incriminate her or contain liberal political ideas. He treated his own mother not as a dowager empress, but as a state criminal. Vicky, exhausted and shattered, watched as soldiers rifle through her desk. She saw her son, dressed in his red hussar uniform, barking orders in the courtyard. It was the ultimate violation. The boy she had birthed, the boy whose arm she had tried to fix, the boy she had neglected in her grief for Siggy, had turned into a tyrant who was now literally holding her prisoner. She realized then that the tragedy was complete. Siggy was dead, Waldemar was dead, Fritz was dead, and Wilhelm was worse than dead. He was a monster who hated her. Vicky spent her remaining years in a kind of internal exile. She built a new home, Friedrichshof, and filled it with memories of her husband and her dead sons. She lived to see Wilhelm's erratic, bombastic rule alienate Europe. She saw him dismiss Bismarck. She saw him build a navy to challenge England. She saw him growing more and more unstable, his narcissism unchecked by any restraining hand. She died in 1901 of breast cancer, a final agonizing medical agony for a woman whose life had been defined by the suffering of the body. But the story didn't end with her death. It ended in the trenches of the Somme, in the mud of Verdun, in the gas clouds of Ypres. Historians have argued for a century about the causes of World War I. They talk about alliances, imperialism, and economics. But peel back the layers of diplomacy, and you find the personal pathology of Kaiser Wilhelm II. His entire reign was a desperate scream for validation. He wanted to be the strongest man in Europe, because deep down he was still the crippled boy who wasn't good enough for his mother. He hated England because he loved it too much, and because it was his mother's land. He built a massive fleet to force his British grandmother's country to respect him. He pushed Austria to attack Serbia because he wanted to show that he was a man of iron, unlike his weak liberal father. Every bluster, every threat, every disastrous diplomatic telegram can be traced back to the psychological wound that festered in the new palace in the 1860s. And at the center of that wound is a small empty crib. If Prince Sigismund had not died in June 1866, history might have looked very different. Imagine a world where Siggy lived. He would have been the healthy, happy buffer between the intense mother and the damaged eldest son. Vicky would not have collapsed into the depression that alienated her from Wilhelm. She might have had the emotional bandwidth to love Wilhelm for who he was, rather than resenting him for who he wasn't. The marriage breaker would not have snapped the bond between Vicky and Fritz. A Wilhelm who felt loved, who didn't feel the need to prove his strength to a ghost, might not have become the erratic Kaiser. He might have listened to his parents. He might have kept the peace. But Siggy did die. The meningitis bacteria did its work, and the butterfly effect of that biological accident unleashed a hurricane. If you go to the Friedenskirche in Potsdam today, the tomb of Prince Sigismund is still there. It is a small, quiet monument in a violent century. Visitors often walk past it, rushing to see the graves of the emperors. They don't realize that they are looking at ground zero. They are looking at the resting place of the boy whose death broke a family, warped a mind, and helped to burn the world. The tragedy of the new palace wasn't just a sad story about a Victorian family. It was the prologue to the suicide of Europe. The little prince slept, but his nightmare woke up and burned the world. As Europe's most powerful empires crumbled, Victoria Melita found herself trapped in a personal tragedy, forced into a marriage with her homosexual cousin to fulfill royal duty. From the anguish of catching her husband in bed with a male servant to outbursts of rage that shook the palace, she shocked history as the first to demand a divorce, shattering the shackles of a fading golden age. The tragedy began not with the bride and groom, but with the architect of their misery. By the autumn of 1891, Queen Victoria was more than just a monarch. She was the matriarch of Europe. From her desk at Windsor and Balmoral, she operated what was essentially a global matchmaking agency. Her philosophy was simple and, in her mind, benevolent. If she could knit the royal families of Europe together through marriage, she could prevent war. If the Kaiser of Germany was the first cousin of the Tsar of Russia, and they were both married to granddaughters of the Queen of England, surely they wouldn't attack one another. It was a strategy built on blood, but it failed to account for the unpredictable variable of human compatibility. The Queen tracked her grandchildren with the obsessive detail of a horse breeder. She knew their heights, their weights, their temperaments, and their health. And in 1891, her gaze settled on two cousins who were currently unattached. On one side was Ernest Louis, the hereditary Grand Duke of Hesse and by Rhine. Ernie, as he was known, was 22 years old, the son of the Queen's late beloved daughter, Alice. He was a gentle soul, possessing a soft, poetic nature that seemed ill-suited for the militaristic rigor of Germany. On the other side was Victoria Melita, the daughter of the Queen's second son, Alfred. Ducky was 15, striking, dark-eyed, and possessed of a fire and intensity that unnerved more traditional courtiers. On paper, the match was perfect. They were first cousins. They shared a grandmother they both feared and adored. The political alliance would strengthen the ties between Britain and Germany. But paper cannot capture the beat of a human heart, and it certainly couldn't capture the dread that filled both Ducky and Ernie when they realized the trap was closing around them. The setting for this entrapment was Balmoral Castle in the Scottish Highlands. It is a place of undeniable rugged beauty, but in late autumn it can feel like the edge of the world. The gray granite walls seem to grow out of the wet earth, and the rain is a constant drumming presence. Queen Victoria invited both the Hesse and the Edinburgh families for an extended stay, and the atmosphere was thick with unspoken expectation. It was a holiday in name only. In reality, it was a high-stakes diplomatic summit where the negotiation table was the dinner table, and the commodity being traded was the future of two young people. For Ernie, the pressure was immense but somewhat abstract. He knew he had to marry. He knew he needed an heir. He was fond of Ducky. They had played together as children, and he found her lively and amusing, but he felt no spark, no magnetic pull. He was a man who appreciated beauty in all its forms. He loved art, architecture, and theater, but the beauty of women did not stir him in the way his family expected. He was looking for a companion, perhaps, but certainly not a passionate lover. For Ducky, the situation was far more visceral and far more agonizing. At 15, she was already a young woman of strong opinions and deep feelings. She looked at Ernie and saw a dear cousin, a friend, but she did not see a husband. To her, Ernie lacked the essential quality she craved, masculinity. She wanted a protector, a man of action, someone who could match her own fierce energy. Ernie, with his embroidery and his endless rearranging of furniture, seemed to her hopelessly soft. He was sweet, but in the lexicon of a teenage girl dreaming of romance, sweet is often the death knell of desire. Complicating matters was the fact that Ducky's heart was already looking elsewhere. She had become infatuated with another cousin, the Grand Duke Kirill Vladimirovich of Russia. Kirill was everything Ernie was not. He was tall, arrogant, dangerous, and undeniably masculine. He was a naval officer who carried the scent of the sea and the exotic mystery of the Russian court. Compared to the glittering, perilous allure of Kirill, poor Ernie and his quiet life in Darmstadt seemed like a sentence to eternal boredom. But in the Victorian era, the desires of a teenager were irrelevant compared to the will of the Queen. The pressure applied at Balmoral was subtle, relentless, and suffocating. It wasn't that the Queen locked them in a room and ordered them to kiss. It was the accidental walks they were sent on together. It was the way the family would clear the room when they entered, leaving them in awkward silence. It was the pointed comments from aunts and uncles about how handsome they looked together, how sensible the match would be. Outside, the driving rain beat against the windows. Inside, the crackling fires barely warmed the drafty halls. Ducky sat in a corner watching Ernie play with a puzzle or sketch a flower, feeling the walls closing in. She tried to resist. There were whispers of arguments with her mother, tears shed in private bedrooms. She told anyone who would listen that she and Ernie were just friends, that they were too much alike, that they were better as cousins. Ernie, too, tried to gently pump the brakes. He expressed hesitation. He worried about their compatibility, but every objection was met with the granite wall of the Queen's approval. "Grandmama wishes it," was the ultimate trump card. To disobey the Queen was not just familial rebellion, it was almost treasonous. It meant risking social exile, financial ruin, and the devastating disappointment of the woman who held the entire family in the palm of her hand. Eventually, the inevitable happened. The sheer weight of duty, that crushing, omnipresent word, broke their resistance. They were young, they were financially dependent, and they had been raised to believe that their personal feelings were secondary to the greater good of the dynasty. One afternoon, amidst the gloom of the Scottish autumn, they agreed. When the engagement was announced, Queen Victoria was ecstatic. She wrote in her journal with immense satisfaction, calling it a lovely arrangement. She saw a political puzzle piece snapping into place. She was completely blind to the fact that she had just handcuffed two incompatible souls together and thrown away the key. She saw obedience. She did not see the resignation in Ducky's eyes or the anxious flutter in Ernie's hands. The period between the engagement and the wedding was a long, strange twilight. Ducky was now the future Grand Duchess, a role she had to perform even before she had the ring. She was paraded at court, congratulated by dignitaries, and forced to smile until her face ached. Inside, she was screaming. She wrote letters that hinted at her turmoil, grasping for any reason to delay. But the machinery of the royal wedding was already in motion. Dresses were being stitched in Paris, Medals were being polished in Berlin. Invitations were being calligraphed for every crowned head in Europe. The momentum was unstoppable. The wedding took place on April 19, 1894, in Coburg. It was designed to be the social event of the decade. The small German town was transformed into a stage set of imperial grandeur. Flags draped every balcony. Crowds lined the cobblestone streets, cheering for the happy couple, and the guest list read like a who's who of history. Queen Victoria herself made the journey, a rare occurrence for the aging monarch, underscoring just how important this union was to her. Emperor Wilhelm II of Germany was there, strutting in his uniform, loud and boisterous. The Tsarevich Nicholas of Russia, soon to be Tsar Nicholas II, was there, looking on with his own romantic agenda as he used the wedding festivities to court Ernie's younger sister Alex. The air was thick with perfume, gunpowder from salutes, and the heavy scent of hothouse flowers. Yet the photographs from that day betray the truth. Formal royal portraits are usually studies in stoicism, but the images of Ducky and Ernie are particularly telling. There is no intimacy in their posture. They stand side by side like two strangers waiting for a train. Ernie looks mild, perhaps a bit dazed. Ducky looks tragic. Observers at the time, those who weren't blinded by the glare of the diamonds, noticed the strangeness. One guest famously remarked that the bride looked less like a woman walking toward her beloved and more like someone bracing herself for a sophisticated dental operation. Her face was pale, her jaw set. There was a determination in her eyes, but it wasn't the determination of love. It was the grit of a soldier marching into a battle she knew she would lose. The ceremony itself was grand and suffocating. The liturgy spoke of obedience, of two becoming one flesh, of a sacred bond that no man could put asunder. As Ducky stood at the altar, heavy under the weight of her veil and the priceless lace that had been in the family for generations, one has to wonder if her mind drifted back to Kirill, to the life she wanted, to the freedom she was signing away with every nod of her head. When the Archbishop pronounced them man and wife, a collective sigh of relief went through the older generation. The Queen was happy. The parents were relieved. The alliance was sealed. But for Ducky and Ernie, the nightmare was just beginning. The fanfare died down. The guests eventually went home. The flags were taken down, and the two of them were left alone in the vast, echoing silence of the palace in Darmstadt. The tragedy of the constraint, this first phase of their life together, is that it was a disaster everyone saw coming, but no one stopped. It was a slow-motion car crash orchestrated by the people who supposedly loved them the most. Queen Victoria, in her desire to create a perfect family tree, had grafted two branches that could never grow together. She had mistaken submission for consent. Years later, when the wreckage of this marriage was strewn across the newspapers of the world, even Queen Victoria would have a moment of horrifying clarity. In a rare and stunning admission for a woman who believed herself infallible, she would confess to a lady-in-waiting that she had been the one to force it. She admitted she had pushed them, but by then the admission was useless. The ink was dry on the marriage certificate. The iron door had slammed shut. As Ducky walked down the aisle to leave the church, the organ music swelling around her, she wasn't walking toward a new life. She was walking into a cage. It was a gilded cage, lined with silk and serviced by liveried footmen, but it was a cage nonetheless. She was now the Grand Duchess of Hesse. She had a role to play. She had to be the perfect wife, the perfect hostess, and eventually the perfect mother. She had to suppress her fire, hide her intelligence, and pretend that the man beside her, the man who felt more like a brother than a lover, was the center of her universe. This was the beginning of the lie. And as we know, a life built on a lie is like a house built on sand. You can shore it up with duty, you can decorate it with protocol, but sooner or later, the tide will come in. And for Victoria Melita, the tide was already rising. The heavy oak doors of the new palace in Darmstadt closed behind them, shutting out the cheering crowds and the fanfare of the wedding. For Victoria Melita, now the Grand Duchess of Hesse and by Rhine, the silence that followed was not the peaceful quiet of a sanctuary. It was the stifling, airless silence of a tomb. The honeymoon period, often the golden hour of a marriage where young couples discover one another, was for Ducky and Ernie a time of excruciating awkwardness. They were two actors who had memorized their lines for the public performance, but had no script for the moments when the curtain fell. Darmstadt itself was a stark contrast to the lively, cosmopolitan circles Ducky was used to. It was a provincial German capital, steeped in rigid protocol and a somewhat dreary sense of propriety. The new palace, a massive, imposing structure, felt cold and unwelcoming. It was a house built for a dynasty, not a home for a teenage girl who had just been uprooted from everything she knew. Almost immediately, the internal discord that had been a quiet hum during their engagement amplified into a deafening roar. They were, quite simply, inhabitants of different planets. Ernie was a man of delicate sensibilities. He was a dreamer, a poet at heart, trapped in a uniform. He found solace in the abstract world of beauty. He was obsessed with the aesthetic, with the curve of a vase, the shade of a velvet drape, the precise lighting of a stage set. He was in the process of transforming Darmstadt into a beacon of the Jugendstil, the German Art Nouveau movement. He surrounded himself with architects, painters, and sculptors, creating a court that was visually stunning but emotionally sterile for his young wife. Ducky, on the other hand, was a creature of blood and earth. She was not interested in the philosophy of design. She was interested in life. She was a skilled horsewoman who loved to ride hard and fast, feeling the wind against her face. She was intelligent, sharp-tongued, and possessed a voracious appetite for engagement, intellectual, emotional, and physical. She craved a husband who would challenge her, who would meet her fire with his own. Instead, she got Ernie, who would rather spend hours discussing the embroidery on a cushion than engage in a passionate debate or, heaven forbid, a passionate embrace. The days in the palace began to bleed into one another in a gray loop of boredom and neglect. Ernie was perpetually busy. His duties as Grand Duke were real, certainly, but he used them as a shield. He would retreat into his study or his art studios, leaving Ducky to wander the endless corridors alone. She tried, in the beginning, to bridge the gap. She attempted to take an interest in his projects, to play the role of the artistic muse. But she soon realized that Ernie didn't need a muse. He needed an audience, and he preferred that audience to be male. This was the shadow that hung over the marriage from the very start, the secret that everyone whispered about, but no one dared speak aloud to the Grand Duchess. Ernie's court was a boys' club. It wasn't just the usual military camaraderie of a German prince. It was something softer, more intimate, and to Ducky, infinitely more excluding. The palace was filled with handsome young men, artist protégés, dashing aides de camp, and particularly attractive footmen. Ducky began to notice the glances, the inside jokes, the way the atmosphere in a room would shift when she entered, as if she had interrupted a conversation she wasn't meant to understand. Ernie was most alive when he was with these men. His eyes would light up, his laughter would ring out, a genuine, hearty laugh that Ducky rarely heard when they were alone. With her, he was polite, solicitous, and kind, but distant. It was the kindness one shows to a guest one doesn't quite know how to entertain. The nights were the hardest. The bedroom, which should have been the heart of their marriage, became a place of profound loneliness. A Victorian wife was expected to be ignorant of sexual matters until her wedding night. But Ducky was intuitive and fiercely instinctual. She knew that what was happening, or rather what was not happening between them, was wrong. The physical rejection stung her pride and left her questioning her own desirability. Was she not beautiful enough? Was she too loud, too opinionated? She was a woman in the bloom of youth, teeming with life, yet she felt like a piece of furniture that Ernie had acquired because it matched the set, only to leave it covered in a dust sheet. She poured her frustration into letters, though she had to be careful. The royal post was not always secure, and she couldn't risk a scandal. But the tone of her correspondence from this period is telling. She complained of the stiffness of the court, of the endless, pointless etiquette. "I am bored," she would write, a simple phrase that masked a deep existential despair. She was like a tiger pacing a small cage, her claws scratching against the bars. In 1895, a year into this Cold War, a ray of light pierced the gloom. Ducky gave birth to a daughter, Princess Elizabeth. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed as though the baby might save them. Ella, as she was called, was a radiant child, beautiful, precocious, and possessed of a sunny disposition that seemed to defy the somber atmosphere of her conception. Ernie was enraptured by his daughter. In fatherhood, he found a role he could perform with genuine love and without the complexities of adult sexuality. He doted on her, played with her for hours, and designed nurseries that were masterpieces of whimsy. Ducky, too, adored the child. For the first time, they had a shared focus. They could stand over the crib and smile at the same thing. But a child, no matter how beloved, is a heavy burden to place on the fault lines of a fractured marriage. Elizabeth became a buffer, a neutral zone where they could meet without fighting, but she did not solve the fundamental problem. In fact, her presence often highlighted the tragedy. When they posed for family portraits with the baby, looking for all the world like the Holy Family, the lie felt even heavier. They were parents, yes, but they were not partners. The intimacy of raising a child only underscored the lack of intimacy between the mother and father. As the months wore on, the facade began to crack. Ducky was growing up. The 15-year-old girl who had been cowed by Queen Victoria was becoming a woman in her 20s, and her patience was evaporating. She stopped trying to force herself into the mold of the submissive German Hausfrau. She began to assert her independence. She spent more time away from Darmstadt, visiting her mother or her sisters, desperately seeking a breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, in the palace, Ernie's indiscretions were becoming less discreet. Perhaps he thought that by providing an heir, he had fulfilled his contract and was now free to pursue his true interests. The whispers in the servants' quarters grew louder. The stable hands, the kitchen staff, the ladies in waiting, they all knew. In a closed ecosystem like a royal court, secrets are a currency, and the currency of Ernie's sexuality was being traded freely. The boys' parties in the garden pavilion became more frequent. The handsome servants were promoted with suspicious speed. Ducky, no longer the naive bride, began to see the pattern. The realization must have been a slow, sickening burn. It wasn't just that he didn't love her, it was that he was incapable of loving her in the way she needed. She was competing with a ghost, with a nature she couldn't change and couldn't fight. She felt unmanned, humiliated. To be a wife who cannot hold her husband's attention is painful. To be a wife who is fundamentally the wrong gender for her husband's desires is a unique kind of torture. Then came the year 1897, the year the dam broke. History does not record the exact date, but the event is etched into the family lore with the clarity of a lightning strike. It was the moment the internal discord exploded into an undeniable crisis. The crisis was not a gradual drifting apart. It was a sudden, violent collision with reality. The story, pieced together from later accounts and the hushed admissions of family members, tells us that Ducky returned to their private quarters unexpectedly one afternoon. Perhaps a scheduled engagement had been canceled. Perhaps she simply had a feeling, an instinct driving her toward the truth. She walked through the heavy doors of the Grand Duke's suite. The palace was quiet, the afternoon sun likely filtering through the tall windows. She moved through the antechamber, expecting perhaps to find Ernie reading or sketching or napping. She opened the door to the bedroom. What she saw froze the blood in her veins. It was the tableau that shattered her world. Ernie was there, but he was not alone. He was in bed, and he was intimately entangled with a male servant. The shock of such a moment is hard for us to fully grasp today. It wasn't just the sexual act, it was the transgression of class, of duty, of everything she had been taught to hold sacred. Here was the Grand Duke of Hesse, the grandson of Queen Victoria, debasing himself in her eyes with a footman. It was a slap in the face so violent it left her reeling. The servant scrambled. Ernie, flushed and terrified, likely tried to stammer an explanation, but there are no words for a moment like that. The silence was shattered not by a sob, but by a scream. Ducky didn't faint. She didn't swoon like a heroine in a Victorian novel. She exploded. The rage that had been simmering for 3 years, the boredom, the loneliness, the sexual frustration, the feeling of being tricked and trapped, erupted like a volcano. She fled the room, but she didn't retreat into a corner to weep. She went on a rampage. The staff in the corridors of the new palace heard it first, the terrifying sound of destruction. Ducky began to smash things. She grabbed the nearest objects, heavy porcelain vases, intricate mason figurines, trays of silver tea service, and hurled them with all her strength against the damask-covered walls. Crash. That was for the wedding night he turned away from her. Smash. That was for the nights she sat alone while he partied with his friends. Shatter. That was for the lie of their happy marriage. She screamed at him. She threw a tray of tea things at his head. She didn't care who heard. She didn't care about the servants cowering in the hallway or the courtiers whispering behind their hands. She wanted to destroy the physical symbols of their life because the emotional reality had already been destroyed. Ernie, for his part, was likely paralyzed by the ferocity of her reaction. He was a man who detested conflict, who hid from ugliness. Now ugliness was raining down on him in the form of jagged porcelain shards. He saw his wife not as the demure cousin he had married, but as a fury, a woman pushed past the brink of sanity. This was the Giot Nuok Tran Lai, the drop of water that caused the cup to overflow. After the violence of that afternoon, the pretense was impossible to maintain within the privacy of their home. They could no longer sleep in the same bed. They could barely stand to be in the same room. But, and here is the cruelest twist of the royal knife, they could not leave. The crisis had happened, the truth was out, the china was broken, but the cage was still locked. Queen Victoria was still alive. She was ancient now, frail and fading, but her shadow was still long enough to darken the sun in Darmstadt. The news of a separation, let alone a divorce, would destroy her. The family closed ranks, the advisors, the parents, the siblings. They all descended on Ducky with the same message: you must endure. They told her to think of her grandmother's health. They told her to think of the monarchy. They told her to think of little Elizabeth. They patched up the walls, swept up the broken porcelain, and told her to put her smile back on. So Ducky entered the most agonizing phase of her life, the stalemate. She was a prisoner in a marriage she now loathed, living with a man she now viewed with a mixture of pity and disgust. They had to continue the charade. They had to appear on balconies, wave to crowds, and sit next to each other at state dinners, pretending that the air between them wasn't toxic. Ducky learned to wear a mask. In public, she was the Grand Duchess, regal and composed. In private, she was a ghost, haunting her own palace. She spent as much time as she could away, traveling to the Riviera, to Russia, to anywhere that wasn't Darmstadt. But she always had to come back. She was waiting. She was watching the clock, watching the calendar, waiting for the inevitable. She knew that the only thing standing between her and freedom was the heartbeat of an 80-year-old woman in England. It was a morbid, terrible vigil, but it was the only hope she had. During these dark years, the image of Kirill Vladimirovich burned brighter in her mind. He became her beacon. If Ernie was the cage, Kirill was the open sky. She clung to the memory of him, to the forbidden hope that one day, when the old queen was gone, she might find her way back to him. But for now, she had to sit in the ruins of her marriage, surrounded by the invisible shards of her broken dreams, and wait for the funeral bell that would signal her release. The winter of 1901 descended upon Europe with a heaviness that felt almost physical. At Osborne House on the Isle of Wight, the 19th century was gasping its last breath in the small, cluttered bedroom of Queen Victoria. For 63 years, she had been the sun around which the royal families of Europe orbited. She was the moral compass, the disciplinarian, the ultimate authority who could silence a Grand Duke with a single look. Her presence had been the glue holding together the cracks in the House of Hesse, the dam holding back the floodwaters of Victoria Melita's unhappiness. When the Queen finally closed her eyes on January 22, 1901, the shockwave was seismic. Kings and emperors wept openly, not just for the loss of a grandmother, but because they sensed that the world they knew, a world of order, stability, and absolute monarchical power, was dying with her. But amidst the black crepe and the somber funeral processions, one person felt a different emotion. Underneath the genuine grief for her grandmother, Victoria Melita felt the sudden, terrifying rush of oxygen. The jailer was gone. The key had been left in the lock. Ducky did not hesitate. She had spent 3 years suffocating in the toxic air of Darmstadt, waiting for this moment. She knew that to hesitate was to be lost. If she stayed for the mourning period, if she let the family guilt trip her into just one more year, she would never leave. The momentum of the status quo was powerful. She had to break it with immediate, decisive action. Barely had the funeral wreath wilted on the Queen's grave when Ducky made her move. She did not ask for permission. She did not convene a family council. She simply packed her trunks. It was a departure that stripped away all the pretense of royal dignity. There were no official farewells, no crowds waving at the station. It was a flight. She took her 6-year-old daughter, Princess Elizabeth, and boarded a train out of Hesse. She didn't look back at the new palace, the scene of her humiliation. She headed straight for the safety of her mother's home in Coburg. Once on neutral ground, she dropped the match she had been holding for years. She wrote to her husband and the rest of the family with a declaration that was as blunt as it was shocking. She was never coming back. She wanted a divorce. To understand the sheer magnitude of this explosion, we have to look at the world of 1901. Divorce in the upper echelons of society was a catastrophe. It was a stain that never washed out. For a royal couple, a ruling Grand Duke and a granddaughter of Queen Victoria, it was practically unheard of. Royal marriages were not contracts of happiness. They were treaties of state. You did not end them just because you were miserable. You lived separate lives. You took lovers discreetly. You maintained the facade until one of you died. To demand a legal dissolution was to tell the world that the monarchy was fallible, that a prince could be a bad husband, that a princess could reject her duty. It was an act of anarchy. The reaction from the establishment was immediate and ferocious. The telegraph wires between the capitals of Europe began to hum with outrage. Ducky was no longer seen as the victim of a loveless marriage. She was viewed as a deserter, a traitor to her class. The most venomous attacks came from Berlin. Kaiser Wilhelm II, the German emperor, took the news personally. Wilhelm was a man of deep, neurotic insecurities, obsessed with masculinity and the projection of strength. He had always been fond of Ernie, his docile cousin, who never challenged him. But he detested Ducky. He found her independence threatening, her sharp tongue intolerable. To Wilhelm, Ducky's demand for a divorce was not just a rejection of Ernie, it was a rejection of the German male order. Wilhelm's letters from this period are dripping with misogyny. He branded Ducky a whore, a shocking term for one royal to use against another. He declared that she was unstable, immoral, and entirely to blame for the failure of the marriage. In Wilhelm's worldview, it was a wife's duty to endure her husband's idiosyncrasies, whatever they might be. If Ernie preferred the company of footmen, Ducky should have turned a blind eye and focused on her embroidery. By making the private public, she had shamed them all. He forbade her from entering his court. He tried to rally the rest of the family to cut her off completely. But the condemnation wasn't limited to the Kaiser. In St. Petersburg, the reaction was equally icy, though driven by a different kind of fervor. Empress Alexandra of Russia, Ernie's sister Alex, was devastated. Alex was a woman of intense, almost fanatical religious piety. She worshipped her brother Ernie, seeing him through the rose-tinted glasses of childhood nostalgia. She refused to believe the rumors about his sexuality. To her, Ernie was a saint, and Ducky was the wicked, selfish woman who was destroying him. Alex wrote to her family that a divorce was a sin against God. She believed that death is better than the disgrace of a divorce. It was a chilling sentiment, but one she meant literally. In the eyes of the Russian court, Ducky had committed a moral crime. She was spiritually dead to them. Amidst this storm of hatred, Ducky stood largely alone. Her father was dead. Her mother supported her, but had limited influence. Her uncle, the new King Edward VII of England, was perhaps the only senior royal who offered a sliver of sympathy. Bertie, as he was known, was a man of the world. He had lived a life of pleasure and scandal himself, and he possessed a pragmatic humanity that his mother, Queen Victoria, had lacked. He didn't condone the divorce, but he didn't join the chorus of demons screaming for Ducky's blood. He recognized that the marriage had been a mistake from the start. However, even the King of England could not protect her from the social winter that was setting in. The legal machinery of the divorce was a farce. It was a delicate dance of euphemisms. The true reason for the split, Ernie's homosexuality, could never be stated in a court of law. To do so would be to criminalize the Grand Duke. Under German law, homosexual acts were illegal. If Ducky had stood up in court and testified to what she saw in 1897, Ernie could have been deposed, perhaps even imprisoned. The scandal would have brought down the House of Hesse. So Ducky had to swallow the truth. She had to agree to a sanitized version of events. The lawyers drafted a petition based on mutual antipathy and incompatibility of temper. It was a bitter pill. She was the one who had been neglected, the one who had been humiliated. Yet she had to share the blame equally on paper to protect the reputation of the man who had made her miserable. On December 21st, 1901, the Supreme Court of Hesse finalized the divorce. With the stroke of a pen, the marriage that had begun with such pomp in Coburg 7 years earlier was dissolved. Victoria Melita was free, but she was also stripped bare. She lost her title as Grand Duchess. She was no longer Her Royal Highness of Hesse. She reverted to her birth title, Princess Victoria Melita of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, but her status was diminished. In the rigid hierarchy of royal protocol, a divorcee was a non-person. She would no longer be invited to state dinners. She would be seated at the far end of the table at family gatherings, if she was invited at all. People would cross the street to avoid bowing to her. But the most devastating cost was not the loss of a title. It was the judgment regarding her daughter. The custody arrangement for Princess Elizabeth was a Solomonic tragedy. The court, trying to be fair in a situation where neither parent was declared guilty, decided that the child would split her year, 6 months with her mother, 6 months with her father. On paper, it sounded equitable. In practice, it was a recipe for heartbreak. Elizabeth was now 7 years old. She was a bright, sensitive child who adored her father. Ernie, stinging from the humiliation of the divorce and the loss of his wife, poured all his emotional energy into his daughter. He became the fun parent, the doting father who gave her everything she wanted. But children are porous. They absorb the emotions of the adults around them. And in Darmstadt, the prevailing emotion was that Ducky was a traitor. Elizabeth heard the whispers. She saw her aunts and grandmother crying over poor Ernie. She absorbed the narrative that her mother had abandoned them, that her mother was wicked. When Elizabeth traveled to stay with Ducky, she brought this poison with her. The relationship between mother and daughter, once so close, began to curdle. Elizabeth would arrive sullen and withdrawn. She would cry for her papa. She would refuse to kiss her mother. The agony for Ducky was absolute. She had blown up her life to escape a lie, hoping to create a more honest world for herself and her child. Instead, she found that her child was being turned against her. Every time she looked at Elizabeth, she saw the accusation in the little girl's eyes. Why did you leave us? Why did you make Papa cry? Ducky tried to compensate. She tried to win her daughter back with affection, with gifts, with travel. But she was fighting a losing battle against the overwhelming weight of the Hessian court's influence. Elizabeth was the only thing Ducky had left from the wreckage of her marriage, the only beautiful thing to come out of those dark years, and now she felt the child slipping through her fingers like sand. The irony was bitter. Ducky was the one who had fought for truth, yet she was being punished as a liar. Ernie was living a lie, yet he was being celebrated as a martyr. As 1902 dawned, Victoria Melita was 25 years old. She was beautiful, she was infamous, and she was technically free. But it was a cold, lonely freedom. She settled in Coburg with her mother, living in a kind of suspended animation. The great courts of Europe, London, Berlin, St. Petersburg, were closed to her. She was the scandalous Ducky, the woman who served as a warning to other princesses. But those who dismissed her did not understand the nature of the woman they were shunning. They thought the divorce was the end of her story, the final act of a tragedy. They didn't realize it was merely the intermission. Ducky had not destroyed her marriage just to sit alone in a drawing room in Coburg. She had cleared the wreckage for a reason. Throughout the nightmare of her marriage, through the screaming matches and the smashing of china and the icy silence of the divorce court, a single flame had kept her warm. It was a flame that burned in the east. She had never stopped loving Kirill. And now, stripped of her crown, stripped of her reputation, and increasingly estranged from her daughter, she had nothing left to lose. The dangerous, arrogant Russian Grand Duke was no longer just a fantasy. He was the only future she was willing to accept. The establishment had taken everything from her, but they hadn't taken her will. She had faced down the Kaiser, the Tsar, and the ghost of Queen Victoria. She wasn't about to stop now. The divorce was the demolition. Now she had to build something new. But fate, it seemed, was not done punishing Victoria Melita. The tragedy of the marriage was over, but the tragedy of the mother was just beginning, and the darkness that was gathering on the horizon would make the scandal of 1901 look like a minor misunderstanding. The year 1903 broke over Europe with a deceptive calm. In the grand scheme of history, it was a quiet interlude before the storms of war and revolution that were gathering on the horizon. But for Victoria Melita, living in her exile in Coburg, the silence was heavy, with a personal grief that had not yet found its name. She was 26 years old, a woman in the prime of her life, yet she felt like a ghost haunting the edges of her own existence. Her world had shrunk to the walls of her mother's house and the infrequent, painful letters from her daughter. The arrangement was that Princess Elizabeth, now 8 years old, a child of striking maturity and a melancholic beauty that mirrored her mother's, would spend the autumn of 1903 with her father and his Russian relatives. The Tsar of Russia, Nicholas II, and his wife Alexandra had invited Ernie and Elizabeth to join them at their hunting lodge in Skierniewicz, Poland. It was meant to be a joyous family gathering, a celebration of the close ties between the Hessian and Russian courts, ties that explicitly excluded Ducky. While the Romanovs and Hessians feasted and hunted in the Polish forests, Ducky remained in Germany, hundreds of miles away, painfully aware that her daughter was being absorbed into a world that viewed her mother as a moral leper. The reports that came back to Coburg were initially mundane. Elizabeth was enjoying the company of her cousins, the Grand Duchesses Olga, Tatiana Maria, and Anastasia. She was playing, she was happy, she was forgetting, and then the tone of the telegrams changed. It started as a malaise, a fever, a sore throat. In the days before antibiotics, these were the terrifying harbingers of doom that every parent dreaded. The doctors at the hunting lodge initially diagnosed it as something minor, perhaps a bad chill from the damp autumn air. But the fever did not break. It climbed higher, consuming the small frame of the 8-year-old girl. The telegram that arrived in Coburg was a hammer blow. Elizabeth had typhoid fever. Her condition was critical. For Ducky, the news triggered a primal panic. Typhoid was a killer. It was a chaotic, dirty, exhausting way to die, a disease that burned the victim from the inside out. But the terror of the disease was compounded by the terror of distance. She was not there. She was not holding the cool cloth to the fevered forehead. She was not whispering comfort in the dark. She was days away by train, separated by borders, and by a wall of family hostility. She threw herself into a frantic journey. She packed nothing of consequence. She bullied station masters, demanded special trains, prayed to a god she felt had abandoned her. The journey across Germany and into Poland was a nightmare of slow steam engines and endless delays. Every stop felt like an eternity. Every minute lost felt like a betrayal. As the train chugged relentlessly eastward, Ducky must have replayed the last 2 years in her mind. The sullen silences, the rejected hugs, the way Elizabeth had looked at her with Ernie's sad eyes. She prayed for a chance to fix it. She prayed for just one moment to tell her daughter that the divorce was not a rejection of her, that the love was still there, fierce and unbroken. But the universe, having already been cruel, decided to be merciless. At the hunting lodge in Skierniewicz, the end came swiftly. Ernie was by the bedside, distraught, holding the hand of the child who had been his entire world. The Tsar and Tsarina watched helplessly. In her delirium, Elizabeth reportedly called out. She asked for her cousins. She asked for her father. And, In the final, confusing twilight of her consciousness, she asked for her mother. When Ducky's train finally pulled into the station, it was too late. The telegram awaiting her was brief and final. Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth of Hesse was dead. The scene that followed was one of the most harrowing of Ducky's life. She arrived not to a sick bed, but to a coffin. The immense, sprawling hunting lodge was draped in black. The air smelled of incense and beeswax. She had to walk into the room where her daughter lay, surrounded by the very people who had spent the last 2 years poisoning the child's mind against her. Ernie was a broken man, dissolved in grief. Nicholas and Alexandra were solemn, their faces masks of tragic piety. But even in the presence of death, the ice did not thaw. There was no collective embrace, no shared weeping between the parents. The grief was partitioned, just as the custody had been. For Empress Alexandra, the death of Elizabeth was not just a medical tragedy, it was a theological confirmation. In her rigid, mystical worldview, this was God's judgment. The sins of the mother had been visited upon the child. Ducky had broken her vows. She had shattered the sanctity of the family, and now God had taken the innocent fruit of that union. It was a monstrous interpretation, but it was one that festered in the minds of the Romanov court. They looked at Ducky not with pity, but with a shudder, as if she were a carrier of a spiritual plague. Ducky was permitted to attend the funeral, but she stood apart. She watched as the small coffin was loaded onto the train for the return journey to Darmstadt. She watched as her daughter was buried in the Rosenhöhe Park next to ancestors who had lived long, dutiful lives. And then she had to leave. There was no place for her in Darmstadt anymore. The only link connecting her to that place, to that family, lay under the fresh earth. The weeks and months that followed were a descent into the abyss. Ducky returned to Coburg, but she was a hollow woman. The guilt was crushing. If I had stayed, if I hadn't fought, if I had been there. The ifs were a torture chamber. She had fought for her freedom, and the price was her child. It was a transaction that felt too heavy to bear. Most women in her position would have collapsed. They would have retreated into a convent or a sanatorium, disappearing from the pages of history. And for a while, Ducky did disappear. She vanished from the society columns. She spent her days in darkened rooms, staring at photographs of a smiling girl who would never grow up. But grief is a strange alchemist. It can destroy, but it can also harden. As the initial shock wore off, the steel in Victoria Melita's spine began to reassert itself. She realized that she had survived the worst thing that could possibly happen to her. The worst fear, the death of her child, had been realized, and she was still breathing. The realization brought a dangerous kind of liberation. She no longer had anything to protect. She no longer had anyone to please. The opinions of the Tsar, the Kaiser, the aunts and uncles, they meant nothing to her now. Their judgment couldn't hurt her because they had already watched her bleed and called it justice. And so, from the depths of her mourning, she reached out to the one man who had offered her a lifeline in the darkness. Grand Duke Kirill Vladimirovich was far away, serving as a naval officer in the Russian Far East. The tension between Russia and Japan was reaching a boiling point, and Kirill was on the front lines. He had heard of the tragedy, of course, and his letters to Ducky were filled with a raw, masculine grief that matched her own. He didn't preach to her. He didn't judge her. He simply loved her. In early 1904, the Russo-Japanese War erupted. Kirill was stationed on the flagship Petropavlovsk at Port Arthur. It was a dangerous posting, a place of mines and torpedoes. On April 13th, 1904, disaster struck. The Petropavlovsk struck a Japanese mine. The explosion was catastrophic. The massive battleship capsized and sank within minutes. taking nearly 700 men down with her, including the legendary Admiral Makarov. Kirill was on the bridge when the ship went down. He was thrown into the freezing, oil-slicked water. Around him, men were screaming, drowning, being pulled under by the suction of the dying Leviathan. Kirill struggled. He was burned, battered, and swallowing oil. He fought his way to the surface, gasping for air amidst the wreckage. He was one of the few survivors. When he was pulled from the water, shivering and traumatized, something had shifted in him too. He had looked death in the face. He had seen how fragile and arbitrary life was, the rules of the court, the Tsar's permission, the laws of the church. Suddenly, these things seemed absurdly petty. He had almost died for an empire that cared more about protocol than happiness. He was invalided home, a war hero with shell shock and burns on his back. But his mind was crystal clear. He was going to marry Ducky. He traveled to Coburg as soon as he could. When they reunited, it wasn't the polite meeting of cousins. It was the collision of two survivors. Ducky had survived the loss of her child. Kirill had survived the loss of his ship. They were both battered, both scarred, and both done with waiting. The Tsar naturally forbade it. Nicholas II was adamant. He had already stripped Kirill of some privileges for his previous flirtations. Now he threatened total exile. He cited the religious laws. First cousins could not marry in the Orthodox Church. He cited the family scandal. Ducky was a divorced woman, the ex-wife of the Empress's brother. It was legally, religiously, and socially impossible. Kirill's response was effectively, "Watch me." They knew they couldn't marry in Russia. They couldn't marry in England. They couldn't marry in Hesse. They needed a place that was quiet, discreet, and willing to look the other way. On October 8, 1905, in the small picturesque town of Tegernsee in Bavaria, in a simple house owned by Ducky's mother, the ceremony took place. It was a stark contrast to the pomp of her first wedding. There were no crowds, no flags, no crowned heads, just a few loyal friends, Ducky's mother, and a Russian Orthodox priest whom they had essentially bribed to perform the rites. There was no white dress, no diamond tiara. Ducky wore a simple, elegant gown. Kirill wore a suit, not a uniform. When they exchanged vows, it wasn't for the dynasty. It wasn't for the map of Europe. It was for them. It was a reclaiming of their lives. For Ducky, standing there holding Kirill's hand, it was the final exorcism of the ghost of Ernie, the final shedding of the skin of the Grand Duchess of Hesse. She was becoming Grand Duchess Victoria Feodorovna, but more importantly, she was becoming herself. The news of the secret wedding reached St. Petersburg like a bomb. Nicholas II was furious. He felt personally betrayed by his cousin. His reaction was swift and vindictive. He issued an imperial decree stripping Kirill of his imperial allowance. He stripped him of his title as Grand Duke of Russia. He stripped him of his rank in the Navy. And most painfully, he banished them. They were forbidden from setting foot on Russian soil. The Tsar's diary entry from that day reads, "Kirill has married the divorced wife of the Grand Duke of Hesse. It is sad and disgusting." Sad and disgusting. Those were the words the Emperor of all Russias used to describe an act of love between two people who had walked through hell to find each other. But in Tegernsee, reading the telegrams that stripped them of their royal status, Ducky and Kirill didn't feel sad, and they certainly didn't feel disgusting. They felt light. They were outcasts. They were unpersons in the eyes of the Romanov court. They had no home, no income to speak of, and no country. But they had each other. And after the cold, silent halls of Darmstadt, after the agony of the divorce court, and after the heartbreaking silence of Elizabeth's grave, that was enough. They settled in Paris, the city of exiles. They bought a house near the Bois de Boulogne. They began to build a life that was radically different from the one they were born into. They drove cars. They went to the cinema. They entertained artists and writers, not just princes. They had children, daughters Maria and Kira, and Ducky proved to be a fierce, devoted mother, pouring all the love she couldn't give Elizabeth into her new family. It seemed that they had found their happily ever after, or at least a peacefully ever after. But history is not a fairy tale, and the 20th century was not done with the Romanovs. While Ducky and Kirill were living their bohemian, aristocratic life in Paris, the foundations of the world they had left behind were rotting. In Russia, the anger of the people was rising, the incompetence of the Tsar, the influence of Rasputin, the grinding poverty of the peasants. It was all building toward a cataclysm. And ironically, the very family that had cast them out, Nicholas and Alexandra, was steering the ship of state directly into the iceberg. Ducky, watching from France, could see the cracks widening. She had a sharp political mind, sharper than her husband's and certainly sharper than the Tsar's. She knew that the exile might not be permanent, but not for the reasons they hoped. She sensed that the Russia that had banished them was disappearing, and something new, something terrifying, was taking its place. They were safe in Paris. They should have stayed in Paris. But the pull of the motherland is a gravity that few Russians can resist. As the years passed and the political situation in Russia grew more desperate, the Tsar's anger began to cool, or perhaps his desperation began to rise. He needed family. He needed allies. Slowly, tentatively, the door to Russia began to creak open again. And Victoria Melita, the woman who had fought so hard to escape the trap of royal duty, was about to make the fateful decision to walk back into the lion's den. Paris in the Edwardian era was a city of light, a playground for the wealthy and the exiled, and for a few golden years, it was the sanctuary of Victoria Melita and Kirill Vladimirovich. They lived in a bubble of domestic bliss surrounded by their daughters, Maria and Kira, and a circle of friends who valued wit over protocol. But Ducky was a woman of royal blood, and the pull of destiny is a tide that is hard to swim against forever. As the years softened the scandal of their marriage, the icy silence from St. Petersburg began to thaw. It started with small gestures. A letter from a relative here, a diplomatic nod there. The Romanov dynasty was running low on charismatic figures. The Tsar, Nicholas II, was isolated, surrounded by sycophants and paralyzed by the terrified protectiveness of Empress Alexandra over their hemophiliac son, Alexei. They needed family. They needed the glamour and the strength that Kirill and Ducky possessed. In 1909, the Tsar finally relented. He restored Kirill's title and his position in the Russian Navy. It was a pardon, grudgingly given, but for Ducky, it was a vindication. It was the invitation back to the center of the world. They made the fateful decision to return. Stepping off the train in St. Petersburg must have felt like a triumph. Ducky, once the outcast, the divorced woman, was now Grand Duchess Victoria Feodorovna, wife of the third in line to the throne. She was returning to the scene of her family's judgment, not as a penitent, but as a princess of the blood. They settled into a magnificent palace on Glinka Street. Ducky, with her impeccable taste and her Western sensibilities, instantly became the premier hostess of the capital. While the Tsar's court at Tsarskoye Selo was growing increasingly gloomy, insular, and dominated by religious mysticism, Ducky's court was vibrant. It was where the smart, the ambitious, and the modern gathered. But beneath the caviar and the balls, Ducky's sharp eyes saw the rot. She saw a Russia that was vastly different from the one she had visited as a girl. The peasants were hungry. The workers were angry. and the aristocracy was dancing on the edge of a volcano, oblivious to the smoke rising from the cracks in the floor. Then, in August 1914, the music stopped. World War I exploded across Europe. For a brief moment, the war united Russia. The strike stopped, the revolutionary flags were put away. Crowds knelt in Palace Square singing "God Save the Tsar." Kirill went to the front as a commander of the Naval Guards. Ducky, never one to sit idle, threw herself into war work. This was where Victoria Melita shone. She was not a woman for embroidery. She was a woman for logistics. She organized ambulance trains. She set up hospitals. She wasn't afraid of blood or dirt. She drove her own car, a rare sight for a Grand Duchess, ferrying supplies to the depots. But as the war dragged on, turning from a glorious crusade into a meat grinder, the mood in Russia darkened. The initial patriotism curdled into bitterness. The armies were ill-equipped. Soldiers were being sent to the front without rifles, told to pick them up from the dead. And at the heart of the growing disaster was the Empress Alexandra. With the Tsar away at the front commanding the army, a catastrophic mistake that linked him personally to every defeat, Alexandra was left in charge of the government in Petrograd, and Alexandra was under the thrall of Grigory Rasputin. The mad monk was the lightning rod for all of Russia's hatred. To the people, he was a symbol of corruption, a peasant who had bewitched the German empress. To the nobility, he was a usurper who appointed incompetence ministers based on who flattered him most. Ducky watched this train wreck with growing horror. She saw that the monarchy was committing suicide. The tragedy was that she and Alexandra were cousins, sisters-in-law, and former friends, but they were separated by an unbridgeable chasm of personality. Ducky was pragmatic, earthly, and political. Alexandra was hysterical, mystical, and unyieldingly autocratic. In late 1916, as the city starved and the bread lines grew longer, Ducky decided to do the unthinkable. She decided to confront the Empress. It was a scene of high drama. Ducky went to the Alexander Palace at Tsarskoye Selo. The air in the palace was stifling, heavy with the scent of lilies and the oppressive silence of a court that had cut itself off from reality. They had tea. Ducky tried to be gentle at first, but she was a woman of direct action. She told Alexandra the truth that no one else dared to speak. She told her that Rasputin was destroying the dynasty. She told her that the people hated the ministers Rasputin had appointed. She implored her, for the sake of her husband and her son, to send the holy man away and to appoint a government that the people could trust. Alexandra's reaction was icy. She drew herself up, her face setting into the rigid mask of the autocrat. To her, any criticism of Rasputin was a criticism of God, and any criticism of her rule was treason. She looked at Ducky, the divorcee, the rebel, and saw only an enemy. "I cannot believe that you, of all people, are speaking to me like this," Alexandra reportedly said. She ended the audience. Ducky left the palace shaking with frustration. She knew she had failed. She told her sister later, "It is like talking to a wall. She is blind, and she is dragging us all into the abyss." Weeks later, Rasputin was murdered by a group of aristocrats, including Ducky's young cousin, Felix Yusupov. But it was too late. The gears of revolution were already grinding. February 1917. The apocalypse arrived not with a bang, but with a bread riot. The women of Petrograd took to the streets demanding food. The workers joined them. Then the soldiers, tired of the slaughter at the front, refused to fire on the crowds. Within days, the city was in anarchy. For Ducky and Kirill, the situation was terrifying. They were trapped in their palace on Glinka Street. The mobs were hunting down police officers and government officials. The red flag was flying over the Winter Palace. It was during these chaotic days that one of the most controversial episodes of their lives occurred. Kirill, as commander of the Naval Guards, found himself in an impossible position. His men were mutinying. The government had collapsed. The Tsar was on a train somewhere, cut off from the capital. Kirill made a desperate gamble to save his life and the lives of his family. He marched his unit to the Tauride Palace where the Duma was meeting. He declared his allegiance to the new government. But it was the detail of his uniform that history remembers. According to witnesses, Kirill wore a red revolutionary ribbon on his tunic. To the monarchists, this was the ultimate betrayal. They called him Kirill Egalite, mocking him as a Jacobin. They claimed he had betrayed his oath to the Tsar to save his own skin. To Ducky, it was a survival tactic. She was heavily pregnant with their third child. She had 2 young daughters to protect. If Kirill had tried to fight the revolution, they would have been massacred in their beds. He did what he had to do to buy them time, but the red ribbon didn't buy them much. The provisional government was weak. The Bolsheviks, led by Lenin, were gaining power. The atmosphere in the city became increasingly murderous. The Romanovs were being rounded up. Ducky knew they had to get out. They couldn't wait for permission. They couldn't wait for a plan. In June 1917, they made their move. They obtained travel papers, likely through bribery or the influence of the few friends they had left in the new government. They boarded a train for Finland. Finland was still technically part of the Russian Empire, but it was a world away from the chaos of Petrograd. They rented a manor house called Heiko. It was here, in August 1917, that Ducky gave birth to her only son, Vladimir. The circumstances were medieval. She was 40 years old. She had no royal physicians, no anesthetic, no comforts of a palace. She gave birth in a drafty house, listening to the wind howl off the Gulf of Finland, knowing that just a few hundred miles away her world was burning. They named the boy Vladimir, a strong, kingly name. He was the future of their line, the hope they clung to as the darkness closed in. As 1917 turned into 1918, the news from Russia became a horror story. The Bolsheviks seized total power in October. Then came the Civil War, and then, in July 1918, the unthinkable news arrived. The Tsar, the Empress Alexandra, and all 5 of their children, including the hemophiliac heir Alexei, had been murdered in a cellar in Ekaterinburg, shot, bayoneted, and dissolved in acid. Then came more news. Ducky's aunt, Grand Duchess Ella, her cousins. One by one, the Romanovs were being exterminated. The realization was sickening. The constraint that Ducky had fought against, the rigid royal system that had made her miserable, was gone. But it hadn't just been dismantled, it had been butchered. She realized with a jolt that because of the murders, her husband Kirill was now, by the laws of succession, the Tsar of Russia, and her newborn son, Vladimir, was the Tsarevich. They were the heirs to a graveyard. Finland was becoming unsafe. The tentacles of the Bolshevik Revolution were spreading. In 1920, they had to move again. They fled to Germany, initially to Coburg. It was a bitter homecoming. The Germany Ducky had left was gone. The Kaiser had abdicated. The country was humiliated by the Treaty of Versailles, racked by hyperinflation and street fighting. Ducky, who had been a British princess, a German Grand Duchess, and a Russian Grand Duchess, was now a refugee in a land that didn't want her. They eventually settled in France, in the town of Saint-Briac on the Brittany coast. It was a sleepy, windswept fishing village, a far cry from the palaces of St. Petersburg. Here they established a shadow court. They lived modestly. Ducky, the woman who had once smashed Meissen porcelain in a rage, now darned her children's socks and negotiated with the local butcher. but she never lost her regal bearing. She was the steel spine of the family. Kirill, haunted by the red ribbon scandal and the trauma of the war, often fell into depression. Ducky propped him up. She wrote thousands of letters to the Russian diaspora, trying to keep the monarchist cause alive. She managed their dwindling finances with ruthless efficiency. She was the Serena in exile. She held court in a provincial French living room, receiving impoverished generals and weeping countesses, offering them tea and the hope that one day the madness would end and they would go home. But the home they dreamed of no longer existed. The years in Saint-Briac were a long, slow fade. Ducky watched her children grow up. She saw her daughter Maria marry a German prince, completing the circle of royal intermarriage. She saw Vladimir grow into a tall, serious young man burdened by the weight of a crown he would never wear. But the fire that had fueled Ducky's life, the intense, passionate, angry energy, eventually burned her out. In the mid-1930s, her health began to fail. The years of stress, the trauma of the revolution, the grief for Elizabeth that she had carried silently for decades, it all took its toll. In February 1936, Victoria Melita suffered a stroke. She lingered for a few days. As she lay in her bed in Saint-Briac, listening to the Atlantic Ocean crashing against the rocks, one wonders what ghost visited her. Did she see Queen Victoria frowning at her rebellion? Did she see Ernie smiling, his sad, gentle smile? Did she see little Elizabeth running through the gardens of Wolfsgarten? Or did she see the glittering ballrooms of a St. Petersburg that had vanished into the mist? She died on March 2, 1936. She was 59 years old. Kirill was devastated. The love story that had scandalized a continent ended in a quiet room in France. He wrote, "The sun has gone out of my life." He survived her by only 2 years, dying in 1938. He was buried beside her. Today, in the Rosenhohe Park in Darmstadt, there lies a serene wooded cemetery where the Hessian royal family sleeps. For decades, Victoria Melita was not there. She was buried in Coburg, an exile even in death. But in 1995, in a final act of reconciliation, the remains of Victoria Melita and Kirill were moved. They were not taken to Darmstadt, however. They were taken to St. Petersburg. They were reburied in the Peter and Paul Fortress, the traditional burial place of the Romanov Tsars. They were laid to rest near Nicholas and Alexandra, the cousins who had despised them, and near the ancestors who had built the empire. It is a fitting irony. The woman who spent her life fighting the constraints of royalty, who broke every rule and defied every convention, ended up in the very heart of the imperial crypt. But Ducky's legacy is not in the marble tomb. It is in the story of her refusal to break. She was a woman born into a cage designed by the most powerful queen in history. She rattled the bars until they broke. She walked away from a title to find love. She walked away from safety to find authenticity. And when the world collapsed around her, she didn't crumble. She endured. History often judges women like Victoria Melita harshly. It calls them difficult, demanding, or scandalous. But if we look past the labels, we see something else. We see a modern woman born a century too soon. We see a person who understood that duty without love is slavery, and that a life lived for others is not a life at all. She paid for her freedom with her reputation, her fortune, and the heartbreaking loss of her first child. But she died as she lived, on her own terms, holding the hand of the man she chose, listening to the sea, free. Prince Leopold was born with the royal disease, hemophilia. Beneath the velvet and metals, his joints swelled with internal bleeding until they reached a breaking point. forcing him into a lifelong dependency on opium just to endure the agony. Dismissed by Queen Victoria as a fragile invalid and kept a virtual prisoner in the palace, Leopold's short life wasn't a fairy tale. It was a brutal struggle to live, love, and die on his own terms, rather than as a broken relic of the British Empire. Leopold was born with a death sentence woven into his DNA, a condition that would come to be known as the royal disease, but which he knew simply as a relentless, agonizing degradation of the self. He was a boy made of glass in a world of hard edges, a prince who had to rely on the only mercy the Victorian era could offer, a steady, stupefying stream of opium and morphine. But the drugs were not his only prison. Trapped between a body that was crumbling from the inside out and a mother whose obsessive, suffocating love refused to let him grow up, Leopold's short life was a desperate, clawing fight for a shred of normalcy. While history remembers the Victorian era for its industrial might and imperial expansion, the story of Leopold is a study in medical horror and psychological confinement. It is the story of the boy who was born to die and the queen who loved him so much she almost crushed him completely. The tragedy began on April 7, 1853, at Buckingham Palace. The birth itself was hailed as a marvel of modern science. For the first time, Queen Victoria, weary from 7 previous labors, consented to the use of chloroform. The anesthesia was a miracle, a fog that dulled the pangs of childbirth and ushered the young prince into the world in a haze of relative peace. He was a beautiful infant, seemingly robust, with the intelligent eyes that would later define his character. Victoria, who had grown weary of the nursery and the endless parade of infants, found herself unexpectedly charmed by this new arrival. He was delicate, yes, but he possessed a sensitivity that reminded her of her beloved husband, Prince Albert. They named him Leopold George Duncan Albert, and for a few brief months, the illusion of perfection held. The first signs were subtle, easily dismissed by a household accustomed to the bumps and scrapes of a large brood of children. Babies stumble. They fall when learning to walk. They knock their limbs against the bars of their cribs. It is the nature of growth. But when little Leopold bumped his elbow on a high chair, the result was not a simple mark that faded in a day. It turned a horrific, angry purple, the bruise spreading under the skin like spilled ink. The swelling did not subside. Instead, the joint puffed up like a tight balloon, the skin stretching until it was shiny and hot to the touch. The crying did not stop for hours, then days. When he was cut, the blood did not clot. A minor scratch, the kind that a nanny would kiss better and forget, would ooze for a week, soaking bandage after bandage, leaving the child pale, exhausted, and terrified. By the time Leopold was 5 years old, the doctors could no longer hide behind euphemisms. The whispers began in the palace corridors, carried by grave-faced physicians who consulted in hushed tones away from the queen's ear. They called it the bleeder's disease. Today we know it as hemophilia B, a catastrophic genetic error where the body lacks factor IX, the protein essential for blood clotting. But in the 1850s it was a mystery, a curse that seemed to strike without reason. For Victoria, the diagnosis was a psychological catastrophe. The royal family was supposed to be divinely appointed, physically superior to the common masses. Leopold was living proof that their blood was flawed, that the very essence of their right to rule carried a defect. But worse than the public embarrassment was the private, gnawing guilt. Victoria knew, with a mother's terrible instinct, that this came from her. Hemophilia is an X-linked disorder. Women carry the gene like a loaded gun, passing it down through the X chromosome, but they rarely suffer the symptoms themselves. Men with only one X chromosome have no backup. If they inherit the faulty gene, they are doomed. Victoria was the most famous carrier in history. Her genetic code likely mutated spontaneously, a roll of the biological dice that landed on Snake Eyes. She had given this torture to her favorite son. She had condemned him to a life of pain before he had even taken his first breath. This guilt became the foundation stone of their toxic dynamic. She felt she owed him her life because she had effectively ruined his. The clean clinical term, hemophilia, fails to capture the gruesome reality of Leopold's daily existence: hemarthrosis, bleeding into the joints. This was the true horror, the thing that kept the palace awake at night. When Leopold stumbled, even slightly, it caused a micro-rupture in the capillaries inside the joint capsule of his knee or his ankle or his elbow. For a healthy child, this is nothing. For Leopold, it was the start of a chain reaction. The bleeding would begin inside the watertight capsule of the joint, and it would not stop. The cavity would fill with blood, but the capsule is tough and fibrous. It does not stretch easily. The pressure would build and build and build. The pressure mimicked a hydraulic press, slowly crushing the knee from the inside out. The trapped blood turned the joint into a rigid concrete sphere. The pressure would become so immense that it crushed the sensitive nerve endings lining the bone and the synovium. The pain was not an ache. It was a screaming, blinding agony that sufferers have described as feeling like a red-hot iron bar is being bored into the marrow, or like an explosion is happening inside the bone that cannot get out. There was no escape from it. You could not move the leg, for the slightest vibration sent shock waves of torture through the nerves. You could not sleep. You could only lie there, sweating, crying, begging for it to stop, while the joint throbbed with a demonic pulse of its own. Leopold went through this dozens of times before he reached puberty. A single bleed would lay him low for weeks. He would be confined to his bed, his legs splinted to prevent movement, often delirious with pain and fever as his body tried to reabsorb the corrupt blood. And the medicine of the time was helpless. There was no factor VIII to inject, no transfusions to replace what was lost. The doctors could only offer bed rest and the application of ice, which did little to stem the internal tide. So to silence the screams, to allow the boy a few hours of unconsciousness, they turned to the only weapon they had: opium. The Victorian era was the golden age of the poppy. Laudanum, a tincture of opium dissolved in alcohol, was as common as aspirin is today. It was cheap, legal, and found in every medicine cabinet. From a terrified young age, Leopold was introduced to the sweet, metallic taste of the drug. Later, as he grew and the pain became more sophisticated, the doctors switched to morphine injections. By modern standards, Leopold was an addict, but he wasn't chasing a high. He was chasing survival, an absence of hell. But the physiological effects were the same. To survive the weeks of bed rest, the agonizing physiotherapy, the dull, grinding ache of damaged cartilage in the damp English winter, Leopold lived in an opioid fog. The drugs dulled the pain, but they also dulled the mind. They caused severe constipation, another source of agony for a bedridden child, mood swings, and a crushing lethargy. It created a terrible self-perpetuating cycle. The pain required morphine. The morphine made him passive, weak, and pliant. His weakness convinced his mother that he needed absolute protection, that he was too fragile for the world. Her protection stifled him, keeping him indoors, muscles atrophying, spirit withering, which made him depressed. The depression made the pain harder to bear, and so he needed more morphine. He was trapped in a chemical prison inside the physical prison of the palace, a junkie prince by necessity, floating through his childhood in a haze of amber liquid and velvet curtains. And then, in 1861, the walls closed in completely. Prince Albert died. The death of his father was the cataclysm that shattered Queen Victoria. She did not just grieve, she collapsed. She plunged the entire British Empire into deep performative mourning, draping the palaces in black crape and turning herself into the Widow of Windsor, a shrouded, weeping figure who retreated from the light. But for Leopold, Albert's death was more than a tragedy. It was a sentencing. Victoria, unhinged by loss, clung to her children for emotional survival, but her relationship with Leopold became intense, terrifying, and pathological. He was 8 years old. He was the weak one. He was the one who carried the seeds of death. In her grief-stricken mind, if Albert, a strong, healthy man, could die so suddenly, then Leopold, with his glass joints and thin blood, could be snatched away at any second. Leopold became the focal point of her hysterical anxiety. She called him her child of anxiety, a moniker that stripped him of his identity and reduced him to a vessel for her fears. The regime she instituted was suffocating. While his brothers were sent off to join the Navy, to learn to shoot, to ride horses, and to become men of the empire, Leopold was wrapped in metaphorical cotton wool. He was forbidden from playing boisterous games. He was watched by a phalanx of tutors, nurses, and footmen every second of the day, all of whom were ordered to report his every physical sensation back to the Queen. Stairs were viewed as death traps. Even slightly, it caused a micro-rupture in the capillaries inside the joint capsule of his knee or his ankle or his elbow. For a healthy child, this is nothing. For Leopold, it was the start of a chain reaction. The bleeding would begin inside the watertight capsule of the joint, and it would not stop. The cavity would fill with blood, but the capsule is tough and fibrous. It does not stretch easily. The pressure would build and build and build. The pressure mimicked a hydraulic press, slowly crushing the knee from the inside out. The trapped blood turned the joint into a rigid concrete sphere. The pressure would become so immense that it crushed the sensitive nerve endings lining the bone and the synovium. The pain was not an ache. It was a screaming, blinding agony that sufferers have described as feeling like a red-hot iron bar is being bored into the marrow, or like an explosion is happening inside the bone that cannot get out. There was no escape from it. You could not move the leg, for the slightest vibration sent shock waves of torture through the nerves. You could not sleep. You could only lie there, sweating, crying, begging for it to stop, while the joint throbbed with a demonic pulse of its own. Leopold went through this dozens of times before he reached puberty. A single bleed would lay him low for weeks. He would be confined to his bed, his legs splinted to prevent movement, often delirious with pain and fever as his body tried to reabsorb the corrupt blood. And the medicine of the time was helpless. There was no factor VIII to inject, no transfusions to replace what was lost. The doctors could only offer bed rest and the application of ice, which did little to stem the internal tide. So to silence the screams, to allow the boy a few hours of unconsciousness, they turned to the only weapon they had, opium. The Victorian era was the golden age of the poppy. Laudanum, a tincture of opium dissolved in alcohol, was as common as aspirin is today. It was cheap, legal, and found in every medicine cabinet. From a terrified young age, Leopold was introduced to the sweet, metallic taste of the drug. Later, as he grew and the pain became more sophisticated, the doctors switched to morphine injections. By modern standards, Leopold was an addict. But he wasn't chasing a high. He was chasing survival, an absence of hell. But the physiological effects were the same. To survive the weeks of bed rest, the agonizing physiotherapy, the dull, grinding ache of damaged cartilage in the damp English winter, Leopold lived in an opioid fog. The drugs dulled the pain, but they also dulled the mind. They caused severe constipation, another source of agony for a bedridden child, mood swings, and a crushing lethargy. It created a terrible self-perpetuating cycle. The pain required morphine. The morphine made him passive, weak, and pliant. His weakness convinced his mother that he needed absolute protection, that he was too fragile for the world. Her protection stifled him, keeping him indoors, muscles atrophying, spirit withering, which made him depressed. The depression made the pain harder to bear, and so he needed more morphine. He was trapped in a chemical prison inside the physical prison of the palace, a junkie prince by necessity floating through his childhood in a haze of amber liquid and velvet curtains. And then, in 1861, the walls closed in completely. Prince Albert died. The death of his father was the cataclysm that shattered Queen Victoria. She did not just grieve, she collapsed. She plunged the entire British Empire into deep performative mourning, draping the palaces in black crepe and turning herself into the Widow of Windsor, a shrouded, weeping figure who retreated from the light. But for Leopold, Albert's death was more than a tragedy. It was a sentencing. Victoria, unhinged by loss, clung to her children for emotional survival, but her relationship with Leopold became intense, terrifying, and pathological. He was 8 years old. He was the weak one. He was the one who carried the seeds of death. In her grief-stricken mind, if Albert, a strong, healthy man, could die so suddenly, then Leopold, with his glass joints and thin blood, could be snatched away at any second. Leopold became the focal point of her hysterical anxiety. She called him her child of anxiety, a moniker that stripped him of his identity and reduced him to a vessel for her fears. The regime she instituted was suffocating. While his brothers were sent off to join the Navy, to learn to shoot, to ride horses, and to become men of the empire, Leopold was wrapped in metaphorical cotton wool. He was forbidden from playing boisterous games. He was watched by a phalanx of tutors, nurses, and footmen every second of the day, all of whom were ordered to report his every physical sensation back to the Queen. Stairs were viewed as death traps. "You must not think of yourself," she wrote, wielding her grief like a bludgeon. "Think of your poor, broken-hearted mother who has lost everything." She enlisted the royal doctors, pressing them to declare him unfit for study. She tried to delay, suggesting he wait another year, then another. But Leopold, showing a streak of stubbornness that was pure Hanoverian, held his ground. He recruited allies of his own, tutors who saw his potential, and empathetic physicians who argued that the prince's mental health was deteriorating so rapidly in confinement that it posed a greater risk than the physical dangers of university. He effectively threatened a depressive collapse if he was denied. Reluctantly, bitterly, Victoria gave in. In 1872, Prince Leopold entered Christ Church, Oxford, but it was a conditional freedom. He was not allowed to live in the college dormitories with the other students. That was deemed too dangerous and too common. Instead, a separate residence, Wycombe House, was rented for him, staffed by servants who were essentially spies for the Queen. He was given strict instructions on his diet, his hours of sleep, and his social interactions. Victoria expected him to fail, to come running back to Windsor at the first sign of a bleed. She was wrong. Oxford was a revelation. For the first time in his life, Leopold breathed the air of the outside world. He was still a prince, separated by the invisible wall of protocol, but he was also a student. He attended lectures on art history by John Ruskin, forming a friendship with the great critic that would influence his worldview deeply. He met Charles Dodgson, Lewis Carroll, and found a kindred spirit in the eccentric mathematician and author. He joined the Freemasons, rising quickly through the ranks to become a provincial Grand Master, finding in the secret society a brotherhood that valued hierarchy and ritual, but did not judge him by his limp. He threw himself into the social life of the university with a desperation that bordered on recklessness. He hosted dinners, played the piano at gatherings, and engaged in late-night debates about politics and philosophy. He was charming, self-deprecating, and fiercely intelligent. People were surprised. They had expected a sickly recluse. They found a young man who was starving for connection. He was trying to cram a lifetime of living into whatever time he had. But the royal disease did not respect his new schedule. The medical horror was a constant, unwanted roommate at Wycombe House. There were mornings when Leopold would wake up to the familiar, terrifying stiffness in a knee or an elbow. The panic would set in instantly. A bleed at Oxford was not just painful, it was humiliating. It was a confirmation of his mother's warnings. He became a master of concealment. If his leg hurt, he would lean heavily on his cane and claim a minor strain, smiling through gritted teeth while sweat beaded on his forehead. If the pain became unbearable, he would retreat to his rooms, drawing the curtains and locking the door. There, away from the prying eyes of his classmates and the Queen's spies, the battle would resume. He would lie in the darkened room, the joint swelling into a hard, hot agony, the pressure building until it felt as if the bone were shattering, and the morphine would flow. In the privacy of his Oxford residence, Leopold managed his own pain. He learned the precise dose of laudanum required to dull the screaming nerve endings without rendering him unconscious. He learned to navigate social functions while under the influence of opioids, developing a tolerance that allowed him to function in a state of chemical suspension. To his friends, he might have seemed a little distant, his eyes a little glassy, his movements a little slow, but they attributed it to his artistic temperament or his royal dignity. They did not know that the young man playing the piano sonata was doing so, while his knee felt like it was clamped in a vice, his performance sustained only by the poppy's dark magic. The letters from Victoria continued, relentless and probing. "I hear you were out late," she would write. "I hear you looked pale." She demanded daily health bulletins. Every time he had a minor ailment, she urged him to come home. She treated his time at Oxford not as an education, but as a dangerous sabbatical from his real job, being her invalid. Leopold fought to stay. He completed his studies, an achievement that was unprecedented for a British prince. He was awarded an honorary doctorate in civil law in 1876. It was a moment of supreme triumph. He stood before the university, draped in his robes, a validated scholar, a man who had conquered the limitations of his body through the force of his will. He believed naively that he had proven himself. He believed that he had earned the right to be treated as an adult, as a useful member of the royal family with a destiny of his own. But when he returned to Windsor, the gates slammed shut. Victoria did not see a graduate. She saw her property returning. The years at Oxford had changed Leopold, but they had not changed the Queen. If anything, her need for control had intensified. She was aging, and she wanted him by her side, permanently. She dismissed his requests for a substantial role in public life. He asked to be appointed Governor-General of Canada, or perhaps Australia. He argued that the drier, warmer climates would be good for his health, and that he could serve the empire as a representative of the crown. Victoria's refusal was immediate and absolute. "It is quite out of the question," she declared. She cited his health, of course. How could a bleeder govern a colony? What if he fell? What if he died halfway across the world? But the subtext was clear. She would not allow him to leave her orbit. She offered him secretary's work instead. He could help her with her correspondence. He could read to her in the evenings. He could be the keeper of her secrets. It was a crushing blow. Leopold realized that his education had not been a ticket to freedom. It had merely been a longer leash. He was back in the gilded cage, surrounded by servants who pitied him and a mother who suffocated him. The depression returned, darker and deeper than before. The pain in his joints, aggravated by the damp English weather and the stress of his confinement, flared up with renewed vengeance. The morphine bottle, which had been a tool for survival at Oxford, threatened to become a permanent crutch. He was 23 years old. He was a prince of the blood, a doctor of law, a man of culture, and he was being treated like a 10-year-old invalid. The resentment began to turn into a cold, hard resolve. He realized that logic would not work with Victoria. Pleading would not work. Achievement would not work. There was only one way to break the toxic bond, one way to legally and socially sever the cord that bound him to the widow of Windsor. He needed a wife. Marriage was the only social structure that superseded the authority of a parent. If he married, he would have to be given his own household. He would have to be given an establishment. He would be the head of a family, not just a son. It was a desperate gamble. Victoria had made it clear she thought marriage was impossible for him. She had poisoned the well, whispering to other royal houses about his affliction, suggesting that any woman who married him would be signing up for a life of nursing a cripple. She questioned his ability to father children and the morality of doing so given the hereditary nature of his disease. Leopold ignored the warnings. He hunted for a bride, driven less by a desire for romance and more by a desperate need for an accomplice. He needed someone who was strong enough to stand up to the Queen of England and brave enough to love a man who might die from a stumble on the stairs. He was preparing for the greatest rebellion of his life, a rebellion that would pit the fragile prince against the matriarch of the century. The stage was set for a domestic war that would rock the foundations of the palace. The year 1878 opened not with a fanfare, but with a silence that screamed through the corridors of Windsor Castle. Prince Leopold was back under his mother's roof, and the psychological siege had begun in earnest. He was no longer the malleable boy who could be distracted with a new set of watercolors or a reading from Tennyson. He was a man of 25, hardened by the intellectual rigors of Oxford and fueled by a burning, resentful desire for autonomy. But autonomy in the 19th century, especially for royalty, required a household. A household required a wife, and a wife was the one thing Queen Victoria was determined he would never have. The search for a bride became a clandestine military operation, a campaign fought on the battlefields of European ballrooms and through the back channels of diplomatic correspondence. Leopold knew the odds were stacked against him. In the brutal transactional marriage market of Victorian royalty, he was damaged goods. A prince was expected to be a pillar of strength, a breeder of dynasties, a figurehead who could stand for hours in full uniform without flinching. Leopold was a man who needed a cane to walk across a room, whose joints might spontaneously fill with blood if he danced a waltz too vigorously, and whose life expectancy was whispered about in every court, from Berlin to St. Petersburg. Victoria played on these insecurities with surgical precision. She did not forbid him from looking. That would have been too tyrannical even for her, but she poisoned the water. When Leopold expressed interest in a potential match, the Queen would sigh, a heavy, tragic sound that filled the room. She would gently remind him of his sad affliction. She would question, with feigned maternal concern, whether it was fair to burden a healthy young woman with a husband who spent half his life in a morphine haze. She would hint, darker still, at the question of children. Is it right, she would ask, to bring more suffering into the world? The rejection stung like physical blows. He courted Alice Liddell, the inspiration for Alice in Wonderland, a woman of sparkling wit and intelligence, but the social gap and the royal pressure crushed the romance before it could bloom. He looked toward German princesses, his cousins and distant relations, but the reports sent back to their parents were always the same. The prince is charming, yes, and brilliant, but he is a cripple. He is the queen's invalid. He is a dead man walking. The humiliation was total. Every rejection confirmed his mother's narrative, that he was unlovable, broken, and belonged only to her. The depression that followed these failures was black and deep. During these periods, the physical pain always worsened, stress acting as a trigger for the bleeding episodes. Leopold would retreat to his chambers, the curtains drawn against the mocking daylight, and surrender to the laudanum bottle. In the opioid fog, the boundaries of his world dissolved. He wasn't a rejected suitor. He was simply a consciousness floating in a warm, dark sea where his knees didn't ache and his mother's voice couldn't reach him. But Leopold possessed a resilience that Victoria underestimated. He understood that she was using his illness as a weapon, so he decided to use his intellect as a shield. He stopped looking for a romantic ideal and started looking for a partner, a woman who was pragmatic, strong, and perhaps overlooked by the dazzle of healthier, more dashing princes. He found her in the small, unassuming principality of Waldeck and Pyrmont. Princess Helena was not a celebrated beauty of the age. She was not the subject of sonnets, but she possessed a quiet, steely dignity and a sharp, practical mind that appealed to Leopold immediately. She was 21 years old, well-educated, and crucially, she was not afraid. When she looked at Leopold, she didn't see a medical case study. She saw a man of profound intelligence and kindness who was fighting a lonely war. The courtship was swift, driven by Leopold's desperation to secure the engagement before his mother could intervene. When he brought Helena to meet the queen, the atmosphere was glacial. Victoria scrutinized the girl, looking for flaws, for weakness. She found none. Helena was respectful but not cowed. She did not treat Leopold like a porcelain doll. She treated him like a man. This terrified the queen more than anything. A wife who coddled him might be tolerated as a nursemaid, but a wife who empowered him was a threat. The engagement was announced in November 1881. The Queen's journal entries from this period are a study in passive-aggressive grief. She wrote of the sacrifice Helena was making. She wrote of her fear that Leopold would die before the wedding day. She insisted that even after the marriage, the couple should live under her roof so she could supervise Leopold's health. But Leopold stood firm. He demanded Claremont House, a royal residence in Surrey, as his own. He demanded an income independent of the Queen's privy purse. He was playing a high-stakes game, leveraging the public's sympathy, for the British public had begun to love this scholarly, tragic prince against his mother's desire for control. The wedding took place on April 27, 1882, at St. George's Chapel in Windsor. It was a day of triumph, but it was also a day of supreme physical endurance. For a hemophiliac, standing still is often more painful than moving. The pressure on the ankles and knees, the stiffness settling into the joints, the terror of a sudden bleed starting in the middle of the ceremony. It was a gauntlet. Leopold had prepared for this day like a soldier going into battle. He had rested his legs for a week. He had taken a calculated dose of morphine, enough to dull the ache, but not enough to slur his speech or cloud his eyes. As he stood at the altar waiting for Helena, the pain was there, a dull, throbbing companion in his left knee, a reminder of his fragility. But when he saw her walking down the aisle, steady and serene, the pain receded into the background. When they exchanged vows, Leopold's voice was clear. He was promising to love and cherish, but he was also declaring his independence. When they walked out of the chapel together, Leopold leaning slightly on his new wife, but walking under his own power, he was walking out of the nursery forever. He was 29 years old. The move to Claremont House was the happiest period of his life. For the first time, Leopold was the master of his own domain. He and Helena created a home that was filled with light, music, and books. They hosted dinner parties where the conversation flowed freely, unencumbered by the gloomy etiquette of the Queen's court. Leopold flourished. He took an active interest in politics, secretly corresponding with government ministers, offering insights that were far sharper than anything coming from his brothers. He became a patron of the arts, a philanthropist, a man of substance. But the royal disease does not respect geography. It followed him to Claremont. The reality of marriage for a hemophiliac was fraught with a specific silent terror that history books rarely mention: the bedroom. Intimacy requires physical exertion. It risks bumps, strains, and pressure. For Leopold, the act of love was a calculated risk. A twisted hip or a strained knee during the intercourse could lead to a catastrophic bleed that would land him in bed for weeks. Every moment of passion was shadowed by the fear of agony. Furthermore, there was the specter of genetics. Leopold knew, intellectually, that he could not pass the disease to his sons. They would inherit his Y chromosome, but his daughters would all be mandatory carriers, inheriting his faulty X. He was knowingly perpetuating the curse. Yet the drive for a family, for a legacy that wasn't just pain and bandages, was overwhelming. When Helena announced she was pregnant in 1882, Leopold was ecstatic. When their daughter Alice was born in February 1883, he felt a profound sense of completion. However, the domestic bliss was punctuated by the inevitable horrors. The winter of 1883 was harsh. The damp cold seeped into the walls of Claremont and into Leopold's bones. The attacks came frequently now. One week it was an elbow, swollen to the size of a grapefruit, locking his arm in a rigid angle. The next, it was the dreaded knee. The scenes in the master bedroom at Claremont were a grim echo of his childhood, but with a difference. Now it was Helena who sat by his bedside, not Victoria. Helena, who learned to administer the morphine. Helena, who wiped the sweat from his brow when he screamed. She did not panic. She did not smother him with guilt. She simply endured it with him. This partnership gave him strength, but it also increased the stakes. He now had so much more to lose. The opioids became a third partner in the marriage. Leopold tried to hide the extent of his dependence from Helena, but she knew. She saw the glazed look in his eyes in the evenings, the trembling of his hands when the dose was wearing off. She understood that the drugs were the structural support that held his crumbling body together. He was walking a tightrope. Take too little, and the pain incapacitated him. Take too much, and he drifted away from the wife and child he loved so dearly. By the beginning of 1884, the situation was becoming critical. The doctors warned that another winter in England might permanently cripple him or kill him. His joints were deteriorating rapidly. The cartilage was almost gone in his knees, bone grinding on bone with every step. They recommended the south of France, Cannes. The warmth would soothe the inflammation. It was a medical necessity, but it was also a political crisis. Victoria was apoplectic. Helena was pregnant again and could not travel. The Queen forbade Leopold from going alone. "You will die out there," she warned, surrounded by strangers. She demanded he stay at Windsor, where she could watch him. Leopold looked at his life. He looked at the gray, freezing rain lashing against the windows of Claremont. He looked at his swollen knees, and he looked at his mother's suffocating embrace. He realized that staying meant surrendering. It meant admitting that he was too sick to live. Going to Cannes was dangerous, yes. He would be alone, but it was an act of living. It was a choice. He chose to go. The train journey south was a transition between worlds. As the steam engine chugged away from the gray, rain-lashed platforms of London, leaving behind the soot and the suffocating damp of the English winter, Prince Leopold watched the landscape change. The grim industrial fog gave way to the rolling green of France. And finally, as they descended toward the Mediterranean, to a blinding azure brilliance that felt almost hallucinatory. For a man who had spent 30 years living in the sepia tones of Windsor Castle and the shadowed sick rooms of his own infirmity, the arrival in Cannes in late February 1884 was like stepping onto another planet. He settled into the Villa Nevada, a secluded, elegant residence nestled among pine trees and mimosa, overlooking the sea. The air here was different, dry, pine-scented, and warm. For the first time in months, the relentless grinding ache in Leopold's joints began to recede. The barometer of his bones, which usually predicted rain with agonizing accuracy, fell silent. He could extend his arm without a wince. He could walk across the terrace without the heavy, trembling reliance on his cane. It was a cruel deception of physiology, a temporary truce called by his own broken body, but Leopold embraced it with the desperate joy of a prisoner released into the yard. The weeks that followed were, by all accounts, the most liberated of his life. Free from the hovering anxiety of Queen Victoria and the well-meaning but constant surveillance of his pregnant wife, Leopold became simply the Duke. He was a celebrity in the expatriate community of the Riviera, but he was treated with a breezy social ease that was impossible in London. He frequented the Cercle Nautique, the exclusive yacht club, where the wealthy and the titled gathered to drink champagne and watch the regattas. He was charming, witty, and seemingly tireless. He wrote letters home to Helena that were bursting with optimism, detailing the flowers, the sea air, and his plans for their future. He wrote to his mother, too, but with a newfound firmness, assuring her of his health while subtly asserting his right to be where he was. He was 30 years old. He had a wife he adored, a daughter waiting for him, and a son on the way. The sun was shining. The morphine bottle sat on his bedside table, unopened for days at a time. It seemed, for a fleeting, shimmering moment, that he had cheated the curse. He had won. But the biology of hemophilia is a patient hunter. It does not require a war or a catastrophe to strike. It requires only a moment of banality. The 27th of March, 1884, dawned like any other beautiful day on the Riviera. The sky was a hard enamel blue. Leopold spent the morning handling correspondence and enjoying the garden. In the afternoon, he decided to visit the Cercle Nautique. He was in high spirits, perhaps too high. There is a specific kind of euphoria that comes to the chronic pain sufferer during a period of remission, a sense of invincibility that can lead to carelessness. At the club, he watched the boats, chatted with acquaintances, and enjoyed the freedom of movement. Around nearly 4 o'clock, he decided to return to the Villa Nevada to prepare for a dinner party he was to host that evening. As he navigated the staircase of the club, a grand polished structure of stone and marble, he was likely distracted, perhaps turning to wave goodbye to a friend, or simply lost in thought. He slipped. It was not a dramatic fall. He did not tumble headlong down a flight of stairs. It was a scuff of leather against stone, a momentary loss of traction. His knee, the same knee that had been the torture chamber of his childhood, buckled. He fell awkwardly, landing hard on the joint, and in the confusion of the tumble, his head snapped back and struck the floor. The impact was sickeningly loud in the quiet foyer, but Leopold remained conscious. He was immediately surrounded by concerned staff and friends. He waved them off, breathless but lucid. "It is nothing," he insisted, his face pale. "I have hurt my knee." He was helped to his feet. He was shaken, embarrassed, and in pain, but he was standing. To the observers, it looked like a minor mishap, a clumsy slip by a man with a bad leg. He was helped into his carriage and driven back to the Villa Nevada. By the time he arrived, the adrenaline had faded, and the familiar demon had returned. His knee was already beginning to swell, the capsule filling with blood at a terrifying rate. The pain was immediate and blinding, the old screaming agony that he knew so well. He was carried to his bed. Dr. Royal, his physician in attendance, was summoned immediately. Royal looked at the knee and saw the familiar presentation of severe hemarthrosis. He administered morphine to dull the pain and ordered ice packs. The focus of everyone in the room, the doctor, the servants, Leopold himself, was on the leg. They had been trained by 30 years of history to view the joints as the enemy. The knee was the source of the screams. The knee was the visible injury. But while they fretted over the swelling leg, a far deadlier silent catastrophe was unfolding inside the prince's skull. The blow to the head, which Leopold had dismissed as a minor bump, had torn the delicate bridging veins between the brain and the dura mater. In a healthy man, the blood would have clotted instantly, sealing the tear. A headache, a bruise, perhaps a mild concussion, and life would go on. But Leopold had no clotting factor. The blood began to ooze into the subdural space, the narrow cavity between the brain and the skull. This is the medical horror of a cerebral hemorrhage in a hemophiliac. It is not an explosion. It is a rising tide. As the minutes ticked by, the pool of blood grew larger, pressing against the soft tissue of the brain. The skull is a rigid container. It does not expand. As the pressure increased, intracranial pressure, the brain was slowly being crushed against the bone. For several hours, Leopold lay in bed, complaining only of his knee. The morphine, intended to soothe the joint pain, masked the early warning signs of the brain injury. The lethargy, the slight slur in speech, the heaviness of the eyelids, all were attributed to the drug and the shock of the fall. He drank a little wine. He spoke to his valet. He seemed stable. This lucid interval is a cruel hallmark of subdural hematomas. The patient walks and talks while death slowly fills their head. Evening fell over Cannes. The sun dipped below the horizon, turning the sea a deep bruised purple. Inside the Villa Nevada, the atmosphere shifted from concern to panic. Leopold began to complain of a headache. It wasn't the dull throb of a hangover. It was a sharp, expansive pain, as if his skull were too small for its contents. He became restless, thrashing his legs despite the agony in his knee. The morphine was increased, but it did nothing to stop the pressure. Then the seizures began. The first convulsion was terrifying. Leopold's body arched, his muscles locking in a rigid spasm, his eyes rolling back. Dr. Royal, realizing too late that this was not just a knee injury, watched in helpless horror. There were no neurosurgeons in 1884. There were no CT scans to visualize the bleed, no drills to relieve the pressure. Even if they had known exactly what was happening, there was nothing they could do. The prince was drowning in his own blood on dry land. The seizures came in waves, each one leaving him deeper in the abyss. Between the fits, he slipped into a coma. His breathing became stertorous, the heavy rattling snore of a brainstem under siege. The telegrams began to fly. To Windsor, Prince had a fall, injured knee, condition worsening. To Claremont, husband unwell, do not worry. But the wires could not outpace the biology. As the night wore on, the Villa Nevada became a house of death. The servants moved in hushed silence, changing the cold compresses, wiping the froth from his lips. The man who had fought for 30 years against the limitations of his body, who had defied his mother to go to Oxford, who had defied the world to marry, was now losing his final battle without even being awake to fight it. In the early hours of March 28, 1884, the breathing changed. It became shallow, irregular. The Cheyne-Stokes respiration, the death rattle of the terminal neurological patient. At 2:30 a.m., the struggle ended. The pressure in the skull became absolute. The brainstem, the primitive control center of life, was crushed. Prince Leopold, Duke of Albany, took one last shuddering breath and was gone. He died 3,000 miles from the mother who had suffocated him with her love, and 1,000 miles from the wife who had given him his only taste of freedom. He died because he had slipped on a polished floor. He died because, for a few short weeks, he had tried to live like a man who wasn't made of glass. The return of Prince Leopold to England was a grim, funereal mirror image of his departure. Just weeks earlier, he had traveled south seeking the sun, a man fighting for a future. Now he returned as cargo, a lead-lined coffin borne by the same trains and ships that had carried his hopes. The journey was slow, agonizingly respectful, and draped in the heavy, suffocating purple of royal mourning. When the Seagull, the ship carrying his remains, docked at Portsmouth, the guns fired a salute that echoed across the water like the slamming of a tomb door. At Windsor Castle, Queen Victoria waited. She had not gone to the docks. She sat in her private apartments, surrounded by the relics of her dead husband, now joined by the relics of her dead son. Her journals from these days are a terrifying window into her psyche. There is grief, certainly, immense, crushing grief. But woven through the sorrow is a chilling thread of vindication. I knew it, she seemed to say to the empty room. I told him. In her mind, Leopold's death was not an accident of fate or a tragedy of biology. It was the inevitable consequence of disobedience. He had left her sphere of protection. He had tried to be independent, and the world had punished him for it. When the coffin arrived at the castle, carried up the winding roads by the Seaforth Highlanders, the Queen went down to meet it. She laid a wreath of white flowers on the wood. It was a gesture of love, but also of final possession. He was back in her house now. He would never leave again. The funeral took place in St. George's Chapel, the very same space where, less than 2 years prior, Leopold had stood at the altar with Helena, trembling with pain and joy. The contrast was brutal. Then the chapel had been filled with the nervous energy of a wedding, the rustle of silk, the promise of a dynasty. Now it was a cavern of black crape and silent weeping. Helena, heavily pregnant and supported by her women, looked like a ghost. She was 23 years old, a widow, carrying a child who would be born into a house of mourning. As the coffin was lowered into the royal vault, the sound of the stone sealing the tomb marked the end of the prince's short, agonizing struggle. But biology does not stop for funerals. 4 months later, in July 1884, Helena went into labor at Claremont House. It was a bittersweet, haunted event. The child born was a boy, healthy and screaming, named Charles Edward. He was the son Leopold had dreamed of, the heir who would carry the dukedom of Albany. But the tragedy of Charles Edward was written before he took his first breath. He had inherited his father's title, but not his father's disease. The Y chromosome from Leopold was clean. However, he also inherited the burden of his grandmother's geopolitical machinations. Victoria, ever the strategist, looked at this fatherless boy and saw a pawn. Years later, when the Duchy of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha in Germany needed an heir, she would pluck Charles Edward from his English life, strip him of his identity, and send him to Germany to rule. It was a decision that would lead him down a dark path, eventually into the arms of the Nazi Party in the 1930s, a twisted, tragic legacy for the son of the gentle intellectual Leopold. The father had died trying to escape control, the son would be destroyed by it. However, the true medical horror, the royal disease that had tortured Leopold, had not vanished. It had simply gone underground. While Charles Edward was safe, his older sister, Princess Alice, born while Leopold was still alive, was a walking time bomb. She was a carrier. Alice grew up watching her grandmother, the Queen, and hearing the stories of her poor, sick father. She was a healthy, vigorous woman, displaying none of the bruising or the joint pain that had defined Leopold's life. But inside every cell of her body, on one of her X chromosomes, lay the mutation. It was a silent, sleeping dragon. When Alice married Prince Alexander of Teck and began to have children of her own, the dragon woke up. Her son Rupert, born in 1907, was the spitting image of the grandfather he never knew. And like Leopold, he began to bleed. The nightmare replayed itself, the swollen knees, the screams in the night, the helpless doctors. Rupert, Viscount Tremonton, lived a life that mirrored Leopold's in its fragility. He survived childhood, only to die at age 21 in 1928, not from a slip on the stairs, but from a car accident in France. A minor crash, a mild injury for anyone else, became a fatal hemorrhage for the grandson of the bleeding prince. The curse did not stop there. The gene traveled further, crossing borders and oceans, carried by Leopold's sisters and nieces. It appeared in Spain, where two of King Alfonso XIII's sons suffered and died, destabilizing the monarchy and helping to usher in the Spanish Republic and eventual civil war. But its most catastrophic destination was Russia. Leopold's sister, Princess Alice, another carrier, passed the gene to her daughter, Alex, who became Empress Alexandra of Russia. Her son, the Tsarevich Alexei, was born with the same royal disease. The suffering of the young Russian heir was identical to Leopold's. The exploding joints, the morphine, the terror. It was this suffering that drove Empress Alexandra into the arms of the mystic Rasputin, the only man who seemed able to stop the bleeding. The political chaos that Rasputin engendered contributed directly to the fall of the Romanov dynasty and the rise of the Bolsheviks. This genetic mutation, starting in Victoria's ovaries and tortured Leopold in a London nursery, eventually helped topple empires and reshape the 20th century. Leopold was the first domino in a line of blood that stretched across the continent. But while history remembers the political fallout, the true monument to Prince Leopold lies in the silence of the medical archives. His life serves as a stark, brutal case study in the intersection of pathology and psychology. For 30 years, his body was a prison. The mechanism of hemophilia turned his own movements against him, making every step a gamble and every gesture a risk. That he endured this exquisite torture and still cultivated a mind of such sharpness is a feat of heroic endurance. His death in Cannes was not merely a clumsy accident, it was a casualty of a war for independence. He died because he refused to stay in the padded room. He died because he insisted on walking, on traveling, on living. The slip on the staircase was a moment of bad luck, but it was also a moment of agency. Today in the Albert Memorial Chapel in Windsor, a marble statue depicts Prince Leopold lying in repose. His face is smooth, unlined, with a dog at his feet. The stone is cool, white, and unbreakable. It is the body he always wanted. A body that does not bleed, a body that does not swell. The Villa Nevada in Cannes still stands, though the silence of that fateful afternoon has been replaced by the noise of modern France. The polished stairs where the prince fell are worn down by the feet of strangers who have no idea that a dynasty once stumbled on those stones. As the sun sets on the story of the Duke of Albany, we are left with the image of a young man standing on a terrace, squinting against the light. He is leaning on a cane, his knee throbbing with a dull, familiar ache. He knows the winter is coming back. He knows the pain is waiting, but for this moment the air is warm, the sea is blue, and he is free.